Welcome, race fans, back to the historic Coles County Speedway, located here in Mattoon, Illinois. I'm Casey Bench, joined alongside Kevin Benz up here in the booth tonight, and we'll be guiding you throughout the racing action on yet another beautiful Saturday night with a little bit of weather in the area. We'll hope to avoid that throughout tonight. But also tonight, going to be the Mayor Midgets making their return to Coles County Speedway, and actually kicking off with the Cleveland Grain Systems and non-wing micros, which are on the racetrack right now. Heading off into turn number one, we'll find the orange and black number 4R. That's Cameron Romack from Ashmore, Illinois. Looks like he'll be the control car for Group 1 for the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros as he comes back through turns 3 and 4. And to the green flag, it is out. And we are off into turn number 1. He goes right down around the bottom of the racetrack. Next two cars in line, same thing. Couple drivers struggling into turn 1. A little bit of tightness for some of these drivers through the mid-corner. Lap number 1 in the books for Romack, maybe having a transponder issue. First lap officially in the books. Danny Vicino's black number 21B into turn number 3 at 10.716. Checkered flags flying. We'll see if anybody can improve here on lap number 2. Everybody looks pretty tight in the mid-corner. A lot of these drivers got to make some big adjustments for heading to the heat race. And with that checkered flag comes out, Seth Buell top of the charts with a 10.708. One of only two drivers to improve on lap number 2. Danny Vicino was second with a 10.716. Wyatt Walters third with a 10.752. Group 2 getting waved onto the racetrack as Group 1 makes their way down to the infield. 13 total entries for these Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros tonight. 6 of them have already hit the racetrack, and Group 2 being led out by the silver 51B of Parker Bubb from Fairland, Indiana. Off turn 2, the 00 Brendan Healy from Marshall, Illinois. On his back bumper, the number 38 of Dustin Galbraith from Charleston, Illinois, as they'll come back around to the green flag, looking for who's control. It's the 51B of Parker Bubb. He got the green flag, I think, earlier than what he wanted to, so it looks like maybe lap 1 not going to be good enough for Parker Bubb as he comes through to the white flag right here. And never mind, he goes top of the charts, a 10.4 lap 1 for the silver 51B. No one else matching that lap time. J.B. Gilbert top of the charts in the 1X. Parker Bubb fights back again down to a 10.3 on lap number 2. Anybody else could find themselves in the 10.3 range. J.B. Gilbert does on lap 2, but doesn't go faster than Parker Bubb, who will take quick time for the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros hot laps. J.B. Gilbert second, Brendan Healy third. Healy in third ran a 10.516. So it does look like all 13 Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros did take a lap there, so nobody having issues early on tonight. And they'll make their way off the racetrack on the exit to turn 2. And then the second class of hot laps will hit the racetrack. And of course, race fans, if you're here at the racetrack, tickets are selling out quick for the Roll King Road to the Dome, which is just next Sunday. It's going to be definitely some can't-miss racing, Kevin.
Oh, absolutely not. The best of the best in the area will be here next Sunday. Don't forget, go to My Race Pass and buy your tickets now. Sponsored by Roll King, America's favorite farm and family store.
On the racetrack, the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints, 10 entries for the juniors tonight. And it looks like all 3 RS-12 Motorsport entries nose to tail as they hit the racetrack for the first time tonight. The lead car, the 25P, of Presley Hall from Des Lodge, Missouri. On her back bumper into turn number 3, it's going to be the number 7. That's a car we're going to have to figure out who's in that race car tonight. Showing an incorrect number on my race pass for one of these drivers. At the flag stand, the 1Z of Xander LaRose from Festus, Missouri. Also on the entry to turn 1, the 17 of Garrett Moorfield from Fort Madison, Iowa. Handful of cars headed to the infield. to make up 2 groups of these hot laps.
There's no name on that car.
Entering turn number 1 at the tail of that 3-car field, the number 57, Nolan Leone from Hammond, Illinois. So 5 cars going to make the running order for Group 1 of hot laps for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints as they'll roll off turn number 4. Green flag in the air for Xander LaRose as he heads off into turn number 1. Under green for the first time. Leone looking quick already, starting to close in on the number 17 at Garrett Moreland as they come off turn 4. White flag in the air. LaRose top of the charts, a 12.303, about 3/10 faster than Leone and Moorfield on that first lap. But everybody else picking up the pace behind him. Grayson Graham goes second, and that will be car number 7 off turn number 4. Checkered flags waving, see if he can improve on lap 2. He cannot. And nobody in this group will improve on lap number 2. Everybody had their first lap be the best. Xander LaRose, quick time for now, a 12.303. Grayson Graham's number 7, second, with a 12.321. Presley Hall, third, with a 12.534.
I have to figure it out with him.
Group 2 hitting the racetrack. They're being led off into turn number 1 by the J16 of Jasper Hellman from Ashmore, Illinois. He'll be the control car when they come back to green off turn 4. Entry to turn number 3 is the 14V of Waylon Vogel from Buffalo, Illinois, and also the 22F of Evan France from Lovington, Illinois. Also on the racetrack, the 25B of Case Barnard from Dawson, Illinois, and the D52 of Joseph Bonowitz from Oakland, Illinois. White flag waving for the J16 of Jasper Hellman. Looks like he may be having a scoring issue as well, as Case Barnard goes third on the timing chart as he catches up to those 2 cars in front of him, France and Vogel. As a checkered flag will fly, this won't be a lap Case Barnard was looking for, but definitely one of the faster cars on the racetrack at the moment. And it will be enough for anybody to beat Xander LaRose's 12.303, who will take quick time of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Hot Laps. Grayson Graham second, a 12.321, and Case Barnard third, a 12.451. So the junior sprints making their way off the racetrack now to allow for the next group of hot laps to hit the racetrack. In the racetrack for the first time tonight, it's going to be the Mara Midgets. 10 total entered. First car pushed on, the number 40 of Jay Sparks from Crystal Lake, Illinois. Behind him on the entry to turn 1, you'll find the number 18 of Tyler Roth from Springfield, Illinois. This will be, I believe, hot laps and qualifying combined for the Mara Midgets. So race control going to issue the command to push start these Mara Midgets for the first time tonight in just a moment. And with that, the command has been given, and the Mara Midgets are rolling off for the first time tonight for their hot laps and qualifying session. Two cars I didn't mention. The number 19E of Dalton England from Springfield, Illinois. He's at the flag stand right now. And the last car to be pushed started over there in turn 2 is the number 4K of Charles Coons, also from Springfield, Illinois. So this is the almost all Springfield, Illinois hot lap qualifying session. 3 of the 4 drivers coming from Springfield. Only Jay Sparks coming from Crystal Lake, Illinois, the only one not from Springfield. Jason's had some tough luck here before here at Coles County Speedway. Was leading a feature last year and got wrecked on the white flag lap. And since then, pace really hasn't been there for the number 40. Hopefully he can change that luck tonight. Looks like one more car hit the racetrack, the number 11K of Mark McMahill from Peoria, Illinois. So race controls issued the green flag call for the first qualifying session of the day. Jay Sparks off into turn number 1 with control. He keeps it right down around the bottom of the racetrack. Next car in line, Dalton England goes to the middle. Tyler Roth to the middle. Coons to the middle as well. Jay Sparks, the only one keeping it on the bottom at turn 1, goes a 10-6 lap 1. Charles Coons with a trouble off turn number 4. Car looks like it lost power and the caution will come out. 1 lap was completed in this session. Jay Sparks, the fastest on the one and only lap, completed a 10.606. Dalton England second with a 10.734. Tyler Roth was third after the end of 1 lap, a 10.845. Both Mark McMahill and Charles Coons didn't get a good lap time in before the caution came out. Charles Coons into the infield. Race control saying car number 40, Jay Sparks, going to be control when they come back to green. On the hot lap of qualifying session for the Mara Midgets. Caution lights turn off, and Jay Sparks going to be on the gas as he comes back through turns 3 and 4. Green flag is out. He's off into turn number 1. He goes to the middle this time, seeing if he can find a little more pace underneath the hood of the number 40 as he heads back into turns 3 and 4. Keeps it right there in the middle of the racetrack. Everybody else on the racetrack doing the same. Tyler Roth up the hill just a little bit. Jay Sparks went to 10.5, but Dalton England top of the charts, a 10.483. McMahill also into the 10.4 range on lap 1. White flag is out for most of the field. Some of them going to come around to the checkered flag right here. Jay Sparks, one of them. Can he improve on his final lap? He can, but it's not good enough to go up towards the top of the charts. Tyler Roth with an issue off turn number 4. No caution as everybody comes back across the timing line. Dalton England improved on his final lap. It'll be a 10.391. Top of the charts for Dalton England. Mark McMahill second, a 10.485. Jay Sparks was third, a 10.557. So Group 2 for the Mara Midgets is going to be hitting the racetrack in just a moment as race control helps Charles Coons get off the racetrack. And Group 2 hitting the racetrack right now. Just past the flag stand, we'll find the number 8, the first car on, the 8D of Miles Dotery from Delmar, Iowa. Take a look over there in turn 2. And we can find the number 7 of Cody Beard from St. Anthony, Indiana. Moving back towards the middle of turns 1 and 2. We can find, I believe that's the number 15C of RJ Corson from Markham, Illinois. Also over there in turn 1 is the number 56 of Mitchell Davis from Auburn, Illinois. And the final car on the racetrack, the number 48M of Logan Manson from DeSoto, Missouri. He's right down there on the entry to turn 1. Command has been issued for these drivers to fire up their engines. And with that, they are rolling. Mitchell Davis appears to be having some issues getting fired up. Looks like I believe he's completed one full lap without getting that car fired. He is now the only car that has yet to start the engine. Now track crew are going to try to help him out so he can get a chance to hot lap and qualify. Gonna give it one more attempt here for the 56 of Mitchell Davis. See if he can get that car fired up. Doesn't look like it will. And the 56 will pull it down into the infield, which leaves 4 cars on the racetrack for the final hot lap and qualifying session for the Mare Midgets. Race control says green on car 15 of RJ Corson. He's exiting turn 2 as the caution lights will turn off around the racetrack. Green lights will come on and the green flag will wave off turn number 4 for the 15 of RJ Corson off into turn 1. He's going to slide a little bit far there into turn 1, but he keeps it right down there on the bottom of the racetrack, bouncing the entry to turns 3 and 4. Car looks a little unstable. We'll see what that lap number 1 looks like for him. It's good for third, a 10.491. Everybody coming around to complete their first laps as Corson will complete his second. White flag in the air for him. Miles Dodery to the top of the charts, a 10.283. Trouble off turn number 2 for RJ Corson. His car stalls. But we stay green as the field will take the checkered flag. Miles Dodery looks like he's going to take quick time for the Mare Midgets. Miles Dodery, quick time for the Mare Midgets here in qualifying in hot laps, a 10.283. RJ Corson was second, a 10.382. Dalton England third with a 10.391. Very close field tonight here for the Mare Midgets. So fourth group of the night coming out onto the racetrack for their hot laps. It's the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros, 11 total entered. And the first track car on the track over in turn 2, it's the number 17 of Cole Jones from Streeter, Illinois. Also on the exit of turn number 2, you can find the 71M of Lydia May from Terre Haute, Indiana. Passing by her on the inside on the entry to turn 3, the number 14 Via Coten Vogel from Buffalo, Illinois. And over again over at the entry to turn 3, it's the 22 Dia Dalton Clary from Marine, Illinois. Middle of turns 3 and 4, you can find the number 49 of Grayson Graham from Bunker Hill, Illinois. And the last car on the racetrack, off turn 4, the 88A of A.J. Williams from Harristown, Illinois. Green flag coming off turn number 4 for the 17 of Cole Jones and the rest of the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micro Feature Field. They'll come around, they'll complete lap number 1. Looks like Dalton Clary had some pretty good pace there. Caught up to the 71M of Lydia May right away as they dropped the green flag. Lydia May to the top of the charts. Dalton Clary not far behind him. Grayson Graham goes top with a 10.614 lap 1. We'll see if anybody else can find the pace. Cole Jones up the racetrack in turns 1 and 2, trying out that high to middle groove. Pace just isn't there in the 11-second range. And the caution will come out, it looks like, as the session will be complete. Grayson Graham, quick time for now, a 10.614. A.J. Williams was second at 10.672. Lydia May third at 10.759. As Group 2 hits the racetrack, the lead car as they come to the green flag, the number 1K Mackenzie Daller from Springfield, Illinois, will roll off into turn 1. And she'll keep it right down there on the bottom of the racetrack. A couple drivers trying a late apex approach as they go into turn 1 for the first time. See how that's going to work out for them. We'll see the 21 up the hill as well, Henry Schneider, in turns 3 and 4. Mackenzie Daller's car looking quick already. Third fastest lap 1. We got an engine expired over in turn number 1. Session will be complete, and that looks to be about the third engine that's done that this year here at Coles County Speedway. That's the 79H of Kinzer Holloway from Paris, Illinois. Smoke pouring out of the pipes from the engine of the 79H as it entered turn 1. Was 9th fastest on the timing charts at the end of lap 1. And obviously we'll not know the results of lap 2 for the 79H. But Grayson Graham takes quick time for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros with a 10.614. A.J. Williams was second with a 10.672. Mackenzie Daller was third with a 10.737. Daller the fastest in Group 2. So track crew will help the 79H of Kinzer Holloway off the racetrack, which will allow for the 5th class to make its way on in just a moment. On the racetrack now, the Spartan Transportation A-Class wings. 14 total entries, the biggest class of the night here at Coles County Speedway. Tanner Triplett on the exit of turn number 2, and his number 22. He's from Lincoln, Illinois. Take a look further up the road, we'll find the 55J. That's Cameron Jacobs from Chatham, Illinois. And underneath the Lakeland College scoreboard in the middle of the backstretch, we can also find the 7D of Zach Daller from Laramie, Illinois. The entry to turn 3, we can find the orange 95M of Noah Mell from Fairland, Indiana. In the middle of turns 3 and 4, it's the 21V of Danny Vicino from Terre Haute, Indiana. At the flag stand, the number 40 of Devin Fieger from East Peoria, Illinois. He's off into turn 1. And behind him, the final car on the racetrack, the 8J. That's J.J. Williams from Harristown, Illinois. That's the field that will make up Group 1 for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings as they'll come back to the green flag here. Green flag is out for the 55J. Cameron Jacobs off into turn 1. Devin Fieger in line behind him. Jacobs slides through on the exit, almost into the outside wall off turn number 2. We'll see what lap number 1 looks for him as he completes lap 1. It's a 10.5. Good enough to beat Fieger for now, but Fieger definitely looked to be the faster car there on the exit of turn 2. We'll see what everybody else does on lap 2. J.J. Williams, a 10.1 lap 1. We'll see if he can go faster. And his number 8J at the tail end of the field, he's going to catch up to Jacobs and Fieger in front of him, get into their dirty air as he comes to the checkered flag. Tanner Triplett went to the top of the charts there on lap 2. And Williams was unable to improve, so Tanner Triplett goes to the top of the charts. It is number 22 with a 10.053 on lap 2. J.J. Williams second, also in the 10.0 range with a 10.066. Then it's almost 2.5 tenths back to third place Noah Mell with a 10.3 flat. That makes up Group 1 for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings. So Group 2 for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings is going to be hitting the racetrack in just a moment as race control allowed Group 1 off the racetrack. Looks like Lydia May going to be the first car on in her number 71M from Terre Haute, Indiana. Passing by the flag stand, the 10B of Brendan Pfeiffer from Livingston, Illinois is the second car on in that 3-car pack. The 14B of Nolan Bartley from Hammond, Illinois, second car in line in that 3-car pack in turn 1, which has now become a 2-car pack. Audra Cowden off turn 2 and here 07C from Terre Haute, Indiana. Over in the middle of turns 1 and 2, closer to the exit, the number 88 of Billy Lee from Hammond, Illinois. Behind him on the exit, the number 96 of Nate Casper from New Lenox, Illinois. And that will be it for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing field. Race control just giving an additional moment, making sure everything is all good on timing and scoring before they drop the green flag for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing's second group of hot laps. Green flag is up for the second and final group for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings hot laps. They're off into turn 1. Lydia May with control of this field as she rolls through turns 3 and 4 for the first time in this A-Class Wing car. She has a problem off turn number 4. Brendan Pfeiffer takes evasive action as the caution comes out. So something amiss for Lydia May as she came off turn 4. She looked like she had pretty good pace there on that first lap. But definitely looks like maybe just something broke at the conclusion of that first lap. No laps officially complete by this group. Lydia May's time did go down before the caution came out. It was an 11.6. About a second off the slowest car in Group 1. Lydia May still trying to get some assistance on getting her 71 refired over there in turn 3. They're going to bring the car over to the track entrance at turn 4 to allow the crew to take a quick look at it and see if the issue can be fixed relatively quickly. And it doesn't look like it will be the case, as her car will get pushed further back into the pit area. And with that, the caution lights come back off, and Group 2 for the Spartan Transportation A-Class wings coming back to the green flag off turn 4. Billy Lee will have control. He keeps it down there on the bottom of the racetrack as he goes through turns 1 and 2 for the first time. He's going to allow the car to slide up on exit of turn 4. Audra Cowden with a problem off turn 2 down the backstretch, but she gets it to the infield. White flag in the air. Nate Casper goes 6th. Nolan Bartley 5th. Mel towards the top of the charts. Looks like Pfeiffer goes to 3rd, but Billy Lee will take that spot right away. Checkered flag in the air. No improvement there for Nate Casper as everybody else coming back across the timing lines. No improvements for anybody. And Tanner Triplett will take quick time for the Spartan Transportation A-Class wings. Hot laps, J.J. Williams was 2nd. Billy Lee 3rd. All the top 3 in the 10.0 second range. Mod Lights hitting the racetrack for the first time tonight. 5 total entered. Green flag coming around for the Mod Lights. It'll be the 93J taking the green flag. That's J.R. Wiltermood from Windsor, Illinois. The other Wiltermood, the 7W. That's Dustin Wiltermood. Other cars on the racetrack include the 41 of Casey Davis, the 819 of Chris Grigg, and I believe the 14 is being driven by Danny Hayes, as everybody will come around to complete lap 1. White flag in the air for the majority of the field. Checkered flag waving for J.R. Wiltermood, who does not improve on lap 2. Doesn't go to the top of the charts. Chris Grigg holds that spot for now. He does not go faster on lap 2. Casey Davis looks like he'll be the only one to go faster on lap 2. Chris Grigg will take quick time here on the Mod Light Hot Laps, a 12.393. J.R. Wiltermood 2nd, a 12.467. Dustin Wiltermood 3rd, a 12.793. And I do believe we have one more class of hot laps coming up, and I believe that would be the Outlaw Wing class, which is another class with 5 entries. And they're on the racetrack. Justin Fernandez from Springfield, Illinois leads them onto the racetrack in his number 19. Also over there in turns 1 and 2, the 22 of Tanner Triplett from Lincoln, Illinois. They'll be coming around to the green flag here as they come through turns 3 and 4 for the first time back under green. Also on the racetrack, the 25T of Jace Rinsinger from Pocahontas, Illinois. Off 4, a couple of cars having issues. The number 40, Devin Feger from East Peoria, Illinois, and the number 11, I believe, number 12 being driven by Colin Shane from Sullivan, Illinois. They'll head off into turn 1. They are tightly packed down there as they went through to complete lap number 1. Those guys, they're trying to race each other here in hot laps. They'll come off turn 4 side by side to the line. And the win in hot laps will go to Devin Feger, it looks like. The win on the racetrack goes to Devin Feger, but lap time-wise, Colin Shane went second fastest. Jace Renchinger, this is number 25T, was quick time with a 10.041. Colin Shane second with a 10.059. Tanner Triplett third with a 10.076. Very close field here. The Outlaw Wings, all 5 of them within a tenth of each other at the end of hot laps. So with hot laps complete, it will be just a moment before we head to opening ceremonies tonight here at Coles County Speedway.
All right, attention race stand fans. At this time, we'd ask that you please rise and bow your head for tonight's invocation by Elder Ed Waggle of the Zoar Primitive Baptist Church.
Let us pray. Almighty Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight thankful for the beautiful nights you've given us. Lord, though we need the rain so bad, we ask that you hold off until after the races tonight, and we have a very safe night. Lord, we ask that you be with the drivers and the crew and keep your watch care over them. Be with the safety officials and the track crew. And be with the fans, and may everybody go home safe tonight. We ask that you bless the farmers that are in the fields as they begin their harvest season. We ask it be a safe and prosperous harvest. And once again, we ask that you be with our leaders, give them wisdom to return this country to one nation under God. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Ed. Now we ask that you please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. Night at Coles County Speedway.
So it sounds like it's going to be just a few minutes before we have the first heat race hit the racetrack, which will be the Outlaw Wings. Each heat race tonight, 8 laps apiece for each class. Outlaw Wings with 5 entries, only running 1 heat race tonight. After them, the Junior Sprints with 10 entries, running 2. Third class running heat races, the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings also running 2. Then the Midgets, I believe, also running 2 heat races tonight. Then the Mod Light 6th in line will have 1 heat race. And last but not least, the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros with their 13 entries also running 2 8-lap heat races tonight. So the race season starting to wind down. The points conversation starting to become much stronger as we get towards the closer end of the season. Only just a few points races left as RJ Corson hits the racetrack for a quick install lap in his Mara Midget. So RJ Corson, like I mentioned, just doing a quick install lap at his number 15. But of course, do just want to mention that point situation. This is Outlaw Wings first group up. Attention in the pits, we need you to clear the turn 4 entrance as RJ Corson's coming off the racetrack right now. So the Outlaw Wings coming up first. Tanner Triplett, I believe, will take the points lead tonight as Clay Frederick not running this Outlaw Wing class. He enters tonight 145 points down in second place. Kevin, going to hit us up with tonight's starting lineups for the heat races.
All right, thank you, Casey. First up tonight, our heat races will be the Outlaw Wing with 5 entries. We will have 1 heat race. And your starting lineup will be, starting first, from East Peoria, Illinois, number 40, Devin Feger. Starting second, from Lincoln, Illinois, number 22, Tanner Triplett. Starting third, from Pocahontas, Illinois, number 25T, Jace Reinacher. Starting fourth, from Sullivan, Illinois, number 87, Colin Shane. And starting fifth, from Springfield, Illinois, number 19, Justin Fernandez. This is your Outlaw Wing heat race. So we're going to do the
So another moment for the Outlaw Wings hit the racetrack for the first 8-lap heat race of the night. Just want to update everyone on the look on the radar in terms of weather. Having a little bit of concern to our direct west, but I don't think it's going to be a problem. Would say it looks pretty good to get a full night of racing in, as there isn't anything out behind it for at least another state directly to our west. So hopefully that storm continues dissipating and we will be able to get this whole night of racing in. First heat race of the night, hitting the racetrack, at least as commanded from race control. First heat race of the night on the racetrack. And they'll come immediately to the 1 to go signal for their 8-lap heat race. Devin Feger and Tanner Triplett, the front row, as the caution lights turn off around the racetrack. And they will pass by the start cone down on the bottom of turn number 4. Green flag is out, and Devin Feger off into turn number 1 with about a car length advantage. We'll have the number 12 of Colin Shane moves up to third as the caution comes back out right away. Ace. We'll have to see how this one goes on as Tanner Triplett bounces through turns 3 and 4. That allows the 12 of Colin Shane to go by for second. Shane, who started fourth, now up to second. Going to see if he can chase down the number 40 of Devin Feger out in front of him as Tanner Triplett continuing to struggle as he falls behind the 25T of Jace Renicher. Triplett's car just does not look stable in dirty air at all. He may even lose that fourth position to Justin Fernandez as they go past the halfway point. Now 3 laps to go for race leader Devin Feger as they roll through turn 2 with 3 laps to go. Colin Shane isn't closing in lap time wise, but the pace has picked up from hot laps. We had drivers inside the 9-second range that last time by, both Shane and Feger. White flag in the air for Devin Feger. Colin Shane just falling back by about a second behind the race leader as they will roll through turns 3 and 4 for the final time, and the checkered flag will fly for the number 40 of Devin Feger, who will win the Outlaw Wing heat race. Second will go to Colin Shane, who did throw down his best lap of the race on the final lap at 9.9. Jace Renicher third and Tanner Triplett fourth, along with Justin Fernandez back there in fifth.
And as the cars cross the scales, we will give you the starting lineup for our next class, which is the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. We have a total of 10 entries. We'll run 2 heat races. And here is your starting lineup for heat race number 1. Starting first, from Dawson, Illinois, number 25B, Case Bernard. Starting second, from Ashmore, Illinois, number J16, Jasper Hellman. Starting third, from Des Lodge, Missouri, number 25P, Presley Hall. Starting fourth, from Buffalo, Illinois, number 14V, Waylon Vogel. And starting fifth, from Lovington, Illinois, number 22F, Evan France. This is your High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race number 1 here at Coles County Speedway.
So the final car from the Outlaw Wing Heat making its way off the racetrack, and race control tells the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints to hit the racetrack for the first time in a heat race tonight. Caution lights turn off around the racetrack for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race 1. And they will approach the start cone over in turn number 4. The Case Barnard, Jasper Helm in the front row, as it looks like Waylon Vogel had an issue off turn 2, and the start will get waved off. We'll come back to the 1 to go signal at the flag stand. Caution lights will turn off around the racetrack once again. Here for the first heat race in the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints class. Case Barnard, Jasper Helm in the front row as they approach the start cone over in turn 4. Green flag is out, and they're racing off into turn number 1. Going to be a good jump there for Presley Hall. Going to take that second spot away from Jasper Hellman right off the jump. Now she'll move into second, see if she can find some pace to chase down the 25B out in front of her of Case Barnard as Barnard leads lap number 1. Field will come around to complete lap number 2. Hellman isn't going anywhere from the back bumper of Presley Hall, running similar lap times, about 3/10 the gap. And car length as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4. To complete lap number 3, work their way back through turns 3 and 4. To complete lap number 3, 5 laps to go for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race 1. Another huge run off turn 2 will extend even further now, thanks to Presley Hall stacking up the field behind her. She tried to pull it down to the infield. 3.5 seconds the advantage for Case Barnard with 2 laps to go at the flag stand. Hellman still in second, third Evan France, fourth Waylon Vogel. Case Barnard off turn 4, and he'll collect the white for the second High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race.
And race fans, don't forget, if you get a little hungry or thirsty tonight, please go down and visit our concession stand. There's all kinds of good food and drink down there, and we now have fountain drinks and NOS energy drinks. And don't forget, next Sunday night, it's the Road to the Dome. Be here. Go online to My Race Pass and get your tickets now. Presented by Rural King, America's favorite farm and family store.
So race control's got everyone back into their starting positions. Caution lights turn off. And the green flag is out on the second High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race. Field will try to get organized as they go through turn 1 for the first time. Not a good jump there for the 17 of Garrett Moorfield. As they go through turns 3 and 4 for the first time, Moorfield will drop to 4th as the number 7 of Grayson Graham almost went upside down in turns 3 and 4. Able to bring it back down on all 4 tires, and we stay green. Graham down on the bottom of the racetrack trying to make the move for the lead into turn number 1, and it looks like he will just about be able to do it as they exit turn 2. Grayson Graham has gone from 4th to the lead by the end of lap number 3 of the second High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint Heat Race. Joseph Bonowitz running second. Garrett Moorfield able to pick back off third from Nolan Leone. Xander LaRose back there in 5th. Leone to the inside of Moorfield, trying to retake that 3rd position, and he just about will be clear as they go through turn 1. Now he's got a big run on Joseph Bonowitz as he head back into turn 3. Doesn't make the move down there as LaRose will go by his RS12 Motorsport teammate of Garrett Moorfield. Now LaRose trying that higher groove, trying to find a way around Nolan Leone and Joseph Bonowitz as Grayson Graham continues to set the pace. It's a pace to put him into a 3-second lead by the end of lap number 6. Nolan Leone still on the inside trying to make something work. As white flag will fly for Grayson Graham off turn 4. LaRose will get to the inside of Leone. He's going to try to take that 3rd spot away up onto the berm down there on turn 1 as the checkered flag flies for Grayson Graham. Battle for second will come all the way back to the start-finish line. It'll go to Joseph Bonowitz. Xander LaRose 3rd across the line. 4th, Nolan Leone. And 5th will be the 17 of Garrett Moorfield.
And coming up next will be our Spartan Transportation A-Class wing with 14 entries. We will have 2 heat races. And your starting lineup for heat race number 1 will be Starting first, from Chatham, Illinois, number 55J, Cameron Jacobs. Starting second, from Lincoln, Illinois, number 22, Tanner Triplett. Starting third, from Loami, Illinois, number 7D, Zach Daller. Starting fourth, from Hammond, Illinois, number 14, Nolan Bartley. Starting fifth, from East Peoria, Illinois, number 40, Devin Feger. Starting sixth, from Danville, Illinois, number 25T, Tyler Taylor. And starting seventh, from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 21V, Danny Vicino. This is your Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race number 1.
Caution, the lights turn off around the racetrack for Cameron Jacobs, Tanner Triplett, and the rest of the first heat race for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings. Great jump there for Tanner Triplett off into turn 1 on the high side, able to take that lead away from Cameron Jacobs, and he has pulled a significant advantage by the time they get back into turn 3, and that lead going to be about half a second as they cross by the flag stand for the first time and complete lap number 1. Zach Daller on the inside of Devin Feger trying to hold on to that 4th spot for now. Feger isn't going to let him go away. But there are 3 wide off turn 4 for the 5th position. Tyler Taylor trying to take that 5th spot away from Devin Feger. Has to settle back in line for now as the field is single file out in front of them. Vicino to the inside. He's able to pick off the 25T for the 6th position. At the same time, Feger picks off 5th of Zach Daller. Halfway for race leader Tanner Triplett. He's completed the first 4 laps. 4 to go for the 22s. We still have a great battle there at the tail end of the field for the 5th position, as Triplett will come to 3 laps to go, continuing to increase his pace. He's almost into the 9-second range in an A-Class wing car. Zach Daller still trying to hold on to that 5th spot as they work their way off turn 2. 2 laps to go for Tanner Triplett off of turn 2. And Daller gets a little bit too high and will drop 2 positions, loses 1 to Danny Vicino, who moves up to 5th, and Tyler Taylor up to 6th as they take the white flag here off turn number 4. Tanner Triplett into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. He set the pace on this one about 3/10 a lap faster. Tanner Triplett wins the first heat race for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings. Tanner Triplett, the winner by 2.5 seconds of this Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race 1. Cameron Jacobs 2nd, Nolan Bartley 3rd, Devin Feger 4th, Danny Vicino 5th, Tyler Taylor 6th, and Zach Daller in 7th.
And up next will be our Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race number 2. And here is your starting lineup. Starting first, from New Lenox, Illinois, number 96, Nate Casper. Starting second, from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 07C, Audra Cowden. Starting third, from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 71, Lydia May. Starting fourth, from Harristown, Illinois, number 8J, JJ Williams. Starting fifth, from Hammond, Illinois, number 88, Billy Lee. Starting sixth, from Fairland, Indiana, number 95M, Noah Mell. And starting seventh, from Livingston, Illinois, number 10B, Braden Pfeiffer. This is your Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race number 2 here at Coles County Speedway.
So heat race 2 for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings on the racetrack now. So the initial 1 to go signal was waved off for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings. But the 1 to go signal has been given for the second time. And the caution lights will turn off around the racetrack. Nate Casper, Audrey Cowden in the front row for the second heat race of the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings as they approach the start cone. Green flag is out, and they're off into turn number 1. Great jump there for row 2. Lydia May and Billy Lee. Billy Lee goes from 5th to 2nd off the initial jump as Audrey Cowden's car is failing to get up to pace here. By the time they get to turn 3, it finally is, but she's all the way back at the tail end of the field. A poor start there for the 07. Big stack up there as they come off turn 2. The number 10B of Brendan Pfeiffer with an issue. He's into the infield, no caution. We stay green. Nate Casper still on the point as they complete the first 2 laps under green. Billy Lieb in second, isn't going away, but he's up on the berm trying to keep it on all 4 tires. Lydia May running 3rd, 4th Noah Mell. J.J. Williams, that's the top 5. Brendan Pfeiffer climbing out of his car in the Coles County Speedway infield. As that battle for 3rd continuing to come ever closer. J.J. Williams all over the back bumper off turn 4 of the 95 Emma Noah Mell. Lydia May trying to hold on to that 3rd spot for now, but those drivers just not going to let her get away at all. 2 to go for race leader Nate Casper. Off turn 4, Mell on the outside of J.J. Williams as they roll through turns 1 and 2. White flag in the air, though, off turn number 4 for Nate Casper. Casper into turn 2 for the final time. And he'll come through turns 3 and 4 with about a second advantage over second place Billy Lieb and win the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race 2. Nate Casper, the winner of this second Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race. Billy Lieb second, J.J. Williams 3rd, Lydia May 4th, Noah Mell 5th, Audrey Cowden 6th, and Brendan Pfeiffer into the infield in 7th after completing just 1 lap.
And up next is our dirty right rear restricted micros. We have 11 entries, 2 heat races. And here's your starting lineup for heat race number 1. Starting first, from Paris, Illinois, number 79H, Kinzer Holloway. Starting second, from Terre Haute, Indiana, number 71M, Lydia May. Starting third, from Marine, Illinois, number 22D, Dalton Clary. Starting fourth, from Bunker Hill, Illinois, number 49, Grayson Graham. Starting fifth, from Harristown, Illinois, number 88A, A.J. Williams. And starting sixth, from Buffalo, Illinois, number 14V, Colton Vogel. This is your dirty right rear restricted micros heat race number 1. And I'm assuming that we may be delayed for just a moment or two to allow Lydia May to get out of her car to get into her restricted micro.
Caution lights turn off around the racetrack for the first heat race of the dirty right rear restricted micros. As the front row will be Lydia May and Dalton Clary. As they approach the start cone over in turn number 4, they're on the gas, we're green. On the first heat race for the dirty right rear restricted micros, Dalton Clary tried to cross over Lydia May on the entry to turn 1. Doesn't work out for him, but it's going to be a great run for Grayson Graham, who started on the outside of row 2, and he'll move up to second off the initial jump. As he completes lap number 1, Lydia May leads the way for now. Second place, Grayson Graham. Third, Dalton Clary. Fourth, A.J. Williams. Fifth, Colton Vogel. That's how they run at the end of lap number 2. Dalton Clary is not going to allow Grayson Graham to get away as they go back into turn 1. The car length advantage was about just 1 for the 49. We expanded that out to, it looks like about 2-3 car lengths as they complete lap 3. Pace about 0.3 quicker for the second place car over third place, Dalton Clary. Now Dalton Clary has the 88A of A.J. Williams trying to dive to his inside as they go into turn 1. Trying to take that third spot away with 4 laps to go. Off 4 at the flag stand, the 71M of Lydia May continues to try to extend her gap over second place Grayson Graham. That gap almost out to a second and a half. 2 to go for the dirty right rear restricted micros here in heat race number 1. A.J. Williams finally gets to the inside of Dalton Clary. Dalton Clary going to lay the bumper to him as they come off of turn 2. Going to retake that third spot for now, but white flag in the air. I'd imagine A.J. Williams is not going to cut him a break down here into turn 1 in that battle for third. Tries the same move there, but doesn't work. Off turn 4, checkered flag in the air for Lydia May, who's going to take the win here on the first heat race for the dirty right rear restricted micros. Grayson Graham across the line in second. Dalton Clary third, just able to hold on to that position over fourth place A.J. Williams. At fifth was Coton Vogel.
And coming up next is our dirty right rear restricted micros heat race number 2. And here is your starting lineup. Starting first from Streeter, Illinois, number 17, Cole Jones. Starting second from Springfield, Illinois, number 10, J.C. Standridge. Starting third from Lincoln, Illinois, number 21, Henry Schneider. Starting fourth from Brownsburg, Indiana, number 57G, Ezra Green. And starting fifth from Springfield, Illinois, number 1K, Mackenzie Dowler. This is your Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros heat race number 2 here at Coles County Speedway.
Second heat race for the dirty right rear restricted micros hitting the racetrack. And the caution lights turn off around the racetrack as Cole Jones with J.C. Stanridge with control of heat race number 2 for the dirty right rear restricted micros. They approach the start cone over in turn 4. Flagman doesn't like it. The caution will come right back out. I believe the flagman was looking at what Cole Jones was doing off the initial jump. He moved up the racetrack about a full lane, and it upset everybody behind him. So a warning, an official warning has been issued to Cole Jones for that start attempt. Caution lights are off once again as they will try to attempt it again here for heat race number 2 of the dirty right rear restricted micros. Cole Jones, J.C. Stanridge, the front row. Green flag is out. Good jump for most of the field. Nobody really gets away from each other. And they'll get single file as they go through turn 1 for the first time. Stanridge takes a look to the inside of Cole Jones as they go into turn 3. But Jones will lead lap number 1. Stanridge second, third, Henry Schneider. Fourth, Mackenzie Dowler. Fifth, Ezra Green. Ezra Green, the only car who didn't really get a good jump. J.C. Stanridge with an issue off turn 2. May have slid a little bit too far. Allows one car by. Mackenzie Dowler trying to get by J.C. Stanridge as well. But Henry Schneider up to second. Ezra Green to the inside of Dowler into turn 3. Throws a huge slider. Dowler got to back out of it. Allows the 57G to make that move, and she'll take that position right back as they go through turn 1. Mackenzie Dowler will move back up to fourth as the field remains single file past the halfway point of the second heat race for the dirty right rear restricted micros. Now everybody's starting to find their groove. The field's starting to get a little bit spread out. Battle for third going on now between J.C. Stanridge, Mackenzie Dowler. Dowler looked to be the faster car that last lap. Closed in by about 2/10 last time around. Don't think that gap got a little closer. Yes, it did, by about 1/10 that last time by. 2 laps to go for race leader Cole Jones. He'll come to the white flag right here with a 1.5 second advantage over Henry Schneider in second as they go through turn 1 for the final time. Everybody Now just kind of running in their grooves is Cole Jones off turn number 4 to the checkered flag on the second heat race for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. Cole Jones the winner, Henry Schneider second, J.C. Stanridge third, Mackenzie Dowler fourth, Ezra Green fifth.
And coming up next will be the Mara Midgets. We have a total of 10 entries. We'll have 2 heat races. Your starting lineup for heat race number 1 is starting first from Springfield, Illinois, number 18, Tyler Roth. Starting second from St. Anthony, Indiana, number 7, Cody Beard. Starting third from Peoria, Illinois, number 11K, Mark McGahill. Starting fourth from Markham, Illinois, number 15C, R.J. Corson. And starting fifth from Auburn, Illinois, number 56, Mitchell Davis. This is your Mara Midgets heat race number 1.
Just want to mention how close this Mara Midget points battle is. Jay Sparks only holds a 6-point lead over second place Mark McMahill with tonight's racing action and then one more week after this. That'll be on October 11th. It'll be their season concluding right here at Coles County Speedway. And that'll be a battle, I think, that'll go all the way to the end. And then it's 116 points back to third place Dalton, England. Jay Sparks, Mark McMahill, both looking to take advantage here tonight before they head into their season finale here at Coles County Speedway on October 11th. Race control giving R.J. Corson a little bit of extra time as he hits the racetrack. And he is going to be the last car on. And race control tells them they're all good to fire engines. So the Mara Midgets heat race number 1, engines fired, and they are getting into position for the green flag on their first heat race of the night. Like I mentioned before, all heat racing tonight, just 8 laps. Caution lights turn off around the racetrack once again as Tyler Roth and Cody Beard, the front row for Mara Midget heat race number 1. They'll approach the start cone over in turn number 4. Waiting on the green flag, and it's out. They're racing. Going to be a bad jump there for Cody Beard. Got tight right on the exit of turn 4. He's going to slide a little bit back there towards Mark McMahill in third. R.J. Corson still having issues as he comes off turn 2. That car looks low on power again. Tyler Roth leads lap number 1. McMahill on the outside of Beard as they take away that second position. Mitchell Davis isn't going anywhere as well. He wants to take that third spot away as Beard fights back to the inside and takes that second spot away from Mark McMahill. McMahill still rolling that high side, trying to get past Mitchell Davis. Davis going to pull back into third as Tyler Roth way up the racetrack off turn 4 loses his huge advantage over second place Cody Beard, now down to less than a car length as they come off turn 2. 4 to go at the flag stand. Tyler Roth going to try to pull back away from Cody Beard. Mitchell Davis still running third. Try not to let Beard get away from him either. Mark McMahill running fourth at the moment, and we'll have Davis to the inside of Beard off into turn number 1. They'll stay side by side as they go through turn 2. Still side by side down the backstretch. Going to be a bad run there for Cody Beard on the high side. Wasn't able to get the power down, and Mitchell Davis goes through for second. McMahill isn't going any distance away. He slides a little bit too far there up towards the top side of the racetrack at turns 1 and 2. White flag in the air for Tyler Roth off into turn 1 with a 1.1 second advantage over Mitchell Davis in second. who started in last place, fifth. He'll finish second on this one as they'll come across to the checkered flag. Tyler Roth wins the first Mara Midget Heat Race. Mitchell Davis second, Cody Beard third, Mark McMahill fourth, and RJ Corson into the infield with more engine issues.
And coming up next is our Mara Midgets Heat Race number 2. And here is your starting lineup. Starting first from DeSoto, Missouri, number 48M, Logan Manson. Starting second from Crystal Lake, Illinois, number 40, Jace Sparks. Starting third from Springfield, Illinois, number 19E, Dalton England. Starting fourth from Delmar, Iowa, number 8D, Miles Dordery. And starting fifth from Springfield, Illinois, number 4K, Charles Kuntz. This is your Mara Midgets Heat Race number 2 here at Coles County Speedway.
Going to be just a moment before race control tells them they're all good to go. As all the push trucks into position. And they will get the command to push. And engines getting fired here for heat race number 2.
And it looks like the number 4K, Charles Kuntz, will not make it out for his heat race.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that. That car had a little bit of pace there in hot laps. Was looking to be, after just a little adjustment, could have had the pace to contend for this heat race win. But, man, starting in last place, that would have been a tough one to overcome. But we saw it, that last one. Driver drove all the way up to second from the 5th place starting position. But that'll leave only 4 of us on the racetrack for Mara Midget Heat Race number 2. Caution lights turn off as the field receives the 1-to-go signal. It's Logan Manson and Jay Sparks, the front row, as they approach the start cone over in turn 4. They're waiting on the gas. They're on it. We're green. Going to be a good jump there for the front row, as they'll stay side by side as they go through turns 1 and 2. Going to be a even better jump for Logan Manson, who takes the lead away as they go into turn 3 for the first time. Manson slides off 4th. Going to lose some time, but is able to get the block down on Dalton England, running in second now, as Jay Sparks' high lane just not coming in at all. The 8D of Miles Dodery goes to the top side as well, trying to make something happen. Sparks keeping it right down there on the bottom of the racetrack. Has his of the 48M of Logan Manson. He's trying to take that lead away as they come back to the halfway point on the second Mara Midget Heat Race. Manson still leading the way by about half a second over Dalton England in second. Jay Sparks third, Miles Dodery fourth. Dodery wanting to take that third spot away from Jay Sparks, just is not able to get alongside England up the racetrack a little bit too high off 4. He's going to stack up the 2 drivers behind him. And that battle for second may be something here as they come back around to 2 laps to go. Going to be a little slip up there from Logan Manson. Just a little mistake, but he gets an opportunity to throw it to the inside of turn 3. And the white flag will be out. Jay Sparks trying to cut off Dodery into turn 1. He'll shut the door. Maybe a little bit of contact there as they'll come back through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. And the win will go to Logan Manson. Logan Manson will take the win here on the second Mara Midget Heat Race. Dalton England second after starting third. Jay Sparks third. Miles Dodery fourth.
And coming up next will be our 6th class of the evening, our Mod Lights. We have 5 entries and 1 heat race. And your starting lineup is... Starting first, from Charleston, Illinois, number 14, Danny Hayes. Starting second, from Windsor, Illinois, number 7W, Dustin Weltermude. Starting third from Charleston, Illinois, number 819, Chris Grigg. Starting fourth from Greenwood, Indiana, number 41, Casey Davis. And starting fifth from Windsor, Illinois, number 9, Weltermood. This is your Bud Light Heat Race here at Coles County Speedway.
Caution lights are out around the racetrack as Danny Hayes and Dustin Wiltermude side by side at the start cone. Green flag is out, and they're racing off into turn one. Great jump there for Dustin Wiltermude on the high side. Will take the lead away before they even get to turn one. And the field will get actually single file as they come off turn two. It's the first time I think I've seen that in a mod light race here at Coles County Speedway. But that's going to be a great battle there for third. J.R. Wiltermude trying to decide which lane's going to go faster. He'll commit to the bottom. Not going to work out for him. Chris Grigg, who was the fastest car in hot laps, starting to fall back as the 41 of Casey Davis going to try to go by him. J.R. Wiltermude just sitting in line for now as they complete the second lap. Come around to complete lap number 3. Still the 7W of Dustin Wiltermude on point. They're 3 wide off turn 4 for third. J.R. Wiltermude will pick off the 41 of Casey Davis as they work their way off into turn 1. Still up in front, the yellow 7W leading the way, about to 0.8 of a second advantage over second place Danny Hayes. Third, Chris Grigg for now. J.R. Wiltermude isn't going away. 3 laps to go for the 7W of Dustin Wiltermude. He's off turn number 2. As Danny Hayes still following in line behind him. Danny Hayes picking up the pace, starting to find some sort of groove underneath the hood of the number 13. Pace is definitely picked up here for the number 13. But I don't think it's going to be enough as they'll come back to the white flag here. Dustin Wiltermude collects it, and that gap extended back out to over a second as Dustin Wiltermude picks back up the pace in his yellow 7W. He'll come off turn number 4, and he'll collect the checkered flag on the Mod Light Heat Race. Dustin Wiltermude wins it. Dustin Wiltermude is going to win the Mod Light Heat Race. Danny Hayes second, Chris Grigg third, J.R. Wiltermude fourth, Casey Davis fifth.
And coming up next is our final class of heat races for the evening. This is our Cleveland Grain non-wing micros with 13 entries and 2 heat races. Your starting lineup for heat race number 1. Starting first, from Charleston, Illinois, number 2X, Seth Buell. Starting second, from New Lenox, Illinois, number 96, Nate Casper. Starting third, from Charleston, Illinois, number 38, Dustin Galbraith. Starting fourth, from Roanoke, Illinois, number 9, Landon Beckwith. Starting fifth, from Hammond, Illinois, number 7F, Nolan Bartley. Starting sixth, from Fairland, Indiana, number 51B, Parker Bupp. And starting seventh, from Charleston, Illinois, number 211, Danny Hayes. This is your Cleveland Grain non-wing micros heat race number 1.
All right, so heat race number 1 for the Cleveland Grain Systems non-weight micros gets the order to hit the racetrack. As a reminder, the Junior Sprints feature will be after heat race 2 for the Cleveland Grain Systems non-weight micros. That's just before we head to intermission. So down there in the pits, junior drivers, you need to be staging after the second Cleveland Grain Systems non-weight micro heat race. But heat race 1 for the Cleveland Grain Systems non-weight micros will take the 1-to-go signal. Seth Buell and Nate Casper the front row as they approach the start cone over in turn number 4. They're on it. We're green as they come back across the flag stand. Seth Buell leads them off into turn number 1. Nate Casper going to try to high side out, but isn't able to pull that crossover move as well as he wanted to. Nolan Bartley on the high side of Dustin Galbraith as they come through turns 3 and 4. Galbraith up to second at the end of lap number 1. Galbraith throws it hard on the brakes. He's going to hold on to second for now. Seth Buell still leading the way in his number 2 X Machine. Nate Casper running third at the moment. Parker Bupp finding some pace in his 51B. He's trying the outside lane. Can he make it work around the number 96 of Nate Casper? Doesn't work for now as Casper moves up the hill in front of him. A little bit of contact there for that third position. Nolan Bartley up to third for now. Parker Bupp will go by Casper for fourth. Now Bartley looking to the inside of Dustin Galbraith. He'll slide up in front of him and just about able to take that second spot away for now. 4 laps complete for race leader Seth Buell. He's running 10.9 lap times. Nolan Bartley running 10.8s. Don't think the lap time's going to be there to catch up to race leader Seth Buell here in the closing laps of the first Cleveland Grain Systems non-weight micro heat race. Still third at the moment, Dustin Galbraith. Fourth is Nate Casper. Casper side by side with Galbraith at the line. Galbraith was ahead that lap as they make a little bit of contact there as they head off into turn 1. Upsets Galbraith. And that will allow Parker Bupp by him as well. White flag in the air for the first heat race of the Cleveland Grain Systems non-weight micros. They roll off of turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Seth Buell going to take the win on the first Cleveland Grain Systems non-weight micro heat race. So Seth Buell picking up the win in his number 2X here on the first heat race for the Cleveland Grain Systems non-weight micros. Nolan Bartley second, Nate Casper third, Parker Bupp fourth, Danny Hayes fifth, Dustin Galbraith sixth, Landon Beckwith in seventh. So everybody top 3, gonna head up over the scales. And as they do that, starting lineup for heat race number 2. Cameron Romax, number 4R from Ashmore, Illinois, starts it on the pole. The other driver from Ashmore, Wyatt Walters, starting alongside him in his number 4. Danny Vicino from Terre Haute, Indiana, in the 21V, will start on the inside of row 2. J.B. Gilbert in the 1X to his outside at 4th. Brendan Healy starting 5th in his number 00 from Marshall, Illinois. Larry Drake alongside him in the 6th and final starting position in the 97D from Terre Haute, Indiana. That's the starting lineup for the second Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro heat race. Caution lights turn off around the racetrack. And they will roll their way off turn 2. Cameron Romack, Wyatt Walters with control of the second heat race of the Cleveland Grain Systems non-weight micros. Passing by the start cone. Green flag is out, and they're racing off into turn 1. Great jump there for Cameron Romack, cleared by several car lengths. But everybody going to get a good 1 and 2 behind him as everybody managed really to get a single file. On the inside, J.B. Gilbert trying to make something work as Wyatt Walters goes for a spin off turn 4, and the caution will come out with no laps complete. Didn't quite see what started that incident for Wyatt Walters. May have just got a little bit too high on exit. Got up there towards the cushion, and fortunately for him, ends up with him sideways in front of the field. Field did mostly a good job there, taking a piece of it as well, but I don't think it was too bad for Larry. Wyatt Walters gets his number 4 refired. And it looks like he will attempt to continue on. Danny Vicino might need a little bit of assistance. Field going to double back up as they head back towards the 1 to go signal, and I believe next time by. New front row, Cameron Romack and J.B. Gilbert. One to go signal given to the Cleveland Grain Systems Non-Wing Micros heat race number 2. Caution lights turn off as everybody's back into their starting positions for attempt 2. New front row though, Cameron Romack, J.B. Gilbert now with control. As they approach the start cone over in turn number 4, they're on it. We're back green on the second heat race for the Cleveland Grain Systems Non-Wing Micros. Same deal as before. Cameron Romack going to be cleared by a couple of car lengths by the time they get into turn 1, but the field will get single file out behind him. And J.B. Gilbert trying to muscle his way through on the outside isn't going to be able to take the lead away. Brendan Healy down on the bottom trying to take that second spot away from J.B. Gilbert. Isn't able to do it down there in turns 1 and 2. He'll settle back in line for now as Larry Drake runs 4th. And Danny Vicino with a problem off turn 4. He'll pull it down into the infield, and no caution will be necessary. Another car with an issue, the 97D of Larry Drake. His car falling off pace as he works through turn 4. He's trying to get it down to the infield. Still no caution at the moment, and now the caution will come out. Maybe some debris over there in turn 2 as well, which brought out the caution. So Cameron Romack will bring us back to green with 4 laps to go on the Cleveland Grain Systems Non-Wing Micro Heat Race 2. J.B. Gilbert second, Brendan Healy 3rd, Wyatt Walters 4th. Both Larry Drake, Danny Vicino leaving the racetrack at the end of lap 2, both with mechanical issues, it looks like. Caution lights are off as Cameron Romack going to bring the second heat race for the Cleveland Grain Systems Non-Wing Micros back to green on the bottom of the racetrack. Good jump for him. Clear by about a car length over second place. J.B. Gilbert. Gilbert going to try that high side out again off the initial jump. Just isn't able to get enough momentum to get alongside Cameron Romack. He'll stay in second for now, almost collecting the outside wall here on the front stretch. Gilbert trying everything he can to find some momentum to try to make a move on Cameron Romack here late in the going. 2 laps to go. Gilbert back on the high side again. Going to be a good run off turn 2. Just stalls as he gets on the exit. White flag in the air for Cameron Romack. The gap about 2/10. One last shot for J.B. Gilbert here in turns 1 and 2. See what he does here in 3 and 4. He'll stay up top. They'll be side by side off turn 4 for the win. Romack gets it. Cameron Romack, the winner of the second heat race for the Cleveland Grain Systems Non-Wing Micros. J.B. Gilbert second. Third will go to Brendan Healy. 4th, Wyatt Walters. 5th will go to Larry Drake. 6th, Danny Vicino. Both those cars left the racetrack at the end of lap 2. So that'll do it for the heat racing tonight here at Coles County Speedway. Before we head to intermission, we'll have one feature to run. That's the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints. 15 laps for the Junior Sprints tonight. On the pole, the number 7 of Grayson Graham from Bunker Hill, Illinois. Alongside him will be Case Barnard from Dawson, Illinois in the 25B. Evan Franz starts on the inside of row 2 in the 3rd starting position from Lovington, Illinois in his 22F. Xander LaRose to his outside in the 1Z from Festus, Missouri. Jasper Hellman will start 5th from Ashmore, Illinois in the J16. From Oakland, Illinois to his outside in the 6th starting position, the D52 of Joseph Bonowitz. Waylon Vogel in the 14V from Buffalo, Illinois will start 7th. The 57 of Nolan Leone from Muhammad, Illinois starts 8th. And on the final row, Presley Hall from Desolage, Missouri in the 25P starts 9th. And Garrett Moorfield from Fort Madison, Iowa. And the number 17 will round out the field in the 10th and final starting position for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints 15-lap feature coming up in just a moment. Sounds like race control going to do a 2 to green when they come out. They will not get the 1 to go signal right away. This will allow the field to get organized. Caution lights out around the racetrack as Grayson Grimm, Case Barnard with control of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature will bring them to the green flag off turn number 4. Great jump there for both the front row. Not quite going to be side by side off into one, but the field will get mostly single file. A couple of drivers jumping out of line. Noah Leone, one of them, trying to pick off the 6th position off Jasper Hellman. He will just about do it. Vogel throws it down there to turn 3, and the caution will come out. Waylon Vogel just got it a little bit too hard with the send into turn 3, which brings out the first caution of this High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature. Made contact with, I believe, Jasper Hellman. And then taking evasive action was Presley Hall, who got stuck on the berm. We'll still have 15 laps to go, none officially complete. Everybody getting back into their starting positions here as race control's getting them all sorted out. Race control going to bring them to a stop so they can get these drivers back into their correct starting positions. Race control getting everybody back into their starting positions for this High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature after that lap 1 crash. Race control telling Jasper Hellman he's going to go to the inside of row 3. Race control still sorting out the starting order for this High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature after the caution. Couple of cars might need some assistance getting it refired there at the tail end of the pack, so start's going to be delayed just a little bit. Wendigo signal coming at the flag stand for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints initial start attempt 2. Caution lights will remain out around the racetrack as Grayson Graham, Case Barnard, the front row, will approach the start cone over in turn number 4. Green flag is out, and they're racing once again on the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature. Evan Franz got caught off guard by Xander LaRose, changing lanes down to the bottom. Upside down will go Vogel, ends up keeping it on all 4 tires, and the red flag will come back out. Still no laps complete. Waylon Vogel will be pulled down into the infield for 2 incidents. And Waylon Vogel's night is done. Race control helping these High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprints get back into starting position once again. go back to yellow flag conditions, and they'll immediately receive the 1-to-go signal. So we're going back green this time by Grayson Graham, Case Barnard once again in the front row for the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature, which is back green for the third initial start attempt. They'll head off into turn 1. Grayson Graham down on the bottom, going to keep that lead as they come off turn 2. Everybody keeps it mostly single file as they roll their way back into turn 3. Nolan Leone trying to make something happen down there on the bottom groove. Got to the inside of Evan France. He finds his way up to 5th at the end of lap number 1. Leone gets another good run here. He'll be to the inside of Joseph Bonowitz into 3. He'll take the 4th spot away as they go through turns 3 and 4. Behind him, Garrett Moreland trying to make some moves work by himself. Tried to work to the inside of Evan France. Couldn't take that spot away just yet. Off turn 4, the first 4 laps of the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature is going to go to Grayson Graham. Case Barnard in line behind him. They're 3 wide off turn 4. Evan France to the inside of Joseph Bonowitz and Garrett Moorfield. Moorfield still trying to make some passes as he'll get to the inside of Joseph Bonowitz. Takes back the 5th position, it looks like. No, excuse me, the 6th position as Evan France moves up to 5th that last lap. Now France up a little bit too high off turn 4. That's going to allow Moorfield by up into the side of the top 5 for the first time tonight. Over in turn 2, 7 laps complete. Grayson Graham's number 7 continuing to lead the way as Joseph Bonowitz continuing to lose positions. Now loses another one to Jasper Hellman as Grayson Graham will surpass the halfway point with a 1.1 second advantage over Case Barnard. Barnard just is not going away. Very equal lap times between the front 2 as they will come around and complete lap number 9. Barnard about a 1/10 of a lap faster. Five laps to go for race leader Grayson Graham as he's going to approach lap traffic as they work through turns 3 and 4. Going to put 1 lap car between himself and second place Case Barnard as that traffic will get heavier with 4 laps to go. Case Barnard going to pick off Presley Hall, but no lapped cars between himself and the race leader as they work their way back through turns 1 and 2. Grayson Graham's lead now down to just half a second. Case Barnard around the outside. Going to try to work his way around Jasper Hellman. A little bit of contact there for the lead. As still that heavy lap traffic just playing a factor in this one. Neither one of them can get around. Joseph Bonowitz gets up out of the way of the leaders. Case Barnard still trying to get around the number 7 of Case Barnard, who just took the white flag. A little bit of contact there as they work through turn 2. Trouble for the number 7, Grayson Graham, an issue on the final lap of the race, and Case Barnard is going to inherit the lead, and Case Barnard is going to win the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature. Just heartbreak for Grayson Graham. Had himself a decent-sized advantage over Case Barnard as they went into turn 3 for the final time, and something mechanically broke for Grayson Graham. He'll pull his car into the infield. He'll be credited with, it looks like, a 7th place. But Case Barnard going to take the win on the High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature. It's his first win of the year here at Coles County Speedway. And a good first win for him tonight. Fought for it and did end up with it. Xander LaRose was 2nd. Nolan Leone 3rd. Garrett Moorfield 4th. Evan France 5th. Jasper Hellman 6th. Grayson Graham 7th. Joseph Bonowitz 8th. Presley Hall 9th. And Waylon Vogel did not complete a lap in 10th. So Case Barnard into victory lane for the first time here at Coles County Speedway, where our victory lane reporter Kevin Benz is going to be waiting on him. Kevin?
Thank you, Case. Out of his car here. Let him hear you. Case Barnard, Illinois. Your high caliber here at Coles County Speedway. Case, I know not exactly the way you wanted to win, but you were right on his tail the whole race, and at one time it actually got by him before whatever. But you drove a great race.
Yeah, it was pretty good. The reason something failed on his car, I think, and I just managed to get around him on the final lap.
Yeah, you did. You were right there on him the whole time. You drove a great race. I understand it's your first win here this year?
Yeah.
Yeah, how's it feel?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. I think it feels pretty great, don't you think?
Yeah.
All right. You got anybody you want to thank, sponsors?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Fastlane Motorsports, Bogle Motorsports, Rusty's Auto Service, my dad, my mom, and my sister.
All right, folks. Let's hear him one more time for Case Barnard from Dawson, Illinois, your high caliber graphics junior sprint feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. Good job, young man. Back to you, Casey.
Thank you, Kevin. And with that, the first feature of the night in the books here at Coles County Speedway. And with that complete, we're going to head towards intermission. Going to do a little bit of track maintenance. Not sure where they're going to do it, but they're going to do a little bit of track prep before we head to the rest of the features. If you're here at the racetrack, make sure you visit the Turn 4 Cafe over at the north end of the facility. Get all the food and drinks you might need tonight. And also, if you're at home, if you have never made it to a race before here at Coles County Speedway, next week going to be one you can't miss. The Roll King Road to the Dome. We've got the super late models and modified stars who will race at the Dome in the Gateway Dirt Nationals. They'll come out, see what they can do here a couple months in advance, see what kind of pace they're going to have. It could be a good preview of who is going to win the Gateway Dirt Nationals. Make sure you get here next week. Sunday, September 28th for the Roll King Road to the Dome. We're going to take a quick break before we head back to the features. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here at Coles County Speedway as Lydia May will do a quick little install lap. Make sure her car is all good to go for her features later tonight. Just a quick little session for her. No timed laps for Lydia May. Giving them 2 green flag laps, it looked like. So next time she'll come to the checkered flag right here. Car looks like it's in pretty good condition. Got a little loose there off 4. Setup doesn't look too bad for Lydia May. Back down there in the pit area, that car's going to be exiting turn 4, so get up out of the way, allow her to get through. She can get back to her pit area, make any adjustments she might need to make. And with that now, we will head to break here from Coles County Speedway. Well, race fans, it sounds like it's just about time to go back racing here at Coles County Speedway. 20 laps for the first feature coming up. It's the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros. On the pole for the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature will be Nolan Bartley from Hammond, Illinois, in his number 7F. Alongside him on the front row will be J.B. Gilbert in his number 1X. Seth Buell will start third in the 2X from Charleston, Illinois. Cameron Romack fourth from Ashmore, Illinois, in the 4R. Starting fifth will be Brendan Healy from Marshall, Illinois, in the 00. Sixth will be Parker Butt from Fairland, Indiana, in the 51B. Starting on the inside of row 4, going to be Nate Casper from New Lenox, Illinois, the number 96. Alongside him in 8th, the 211 of Danny Hayes from Charleston, Illinois. Larry Drake in the 97D from Terre Haute, Indiana, starts 9th. Wyatt Walters from Ashmore, Illinois, will round out the top 10 in car number 4. Dustin Galbraith from Charleston, Illinois, number 38, starts 11th. Danny Vicino to his outside in the 12th starting position in the 21V from Terre Haute, Indiana. And on a row by himself in the 13th and final starting position, it'll be Landon Beckwith in the number 9 from Roanoke, Illinois. That's the starting lineup for the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature.
Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3.
Don't forget, race fans, next week will be the first ever Royal King Road to the Dome Invitational on September 28th, and will feature the very best super late model and modified drivers in the country, going up against some of those local track heroes from 7 of the Midwest's greatest ovals. Tickets are selling out fast. Make sure you get here next Sunday, September 28th, for the Royal King Road to the Dome Invitational. If you can't make it here, it will be on Flow Racing with the broadcast on Sunday night, September 28th. Still waiting on the Cleveland Grain Systems and non-weighing micros to get ready down in the staging area where we bring them onto the racetrack. The Turn 4 Kids Club is one of the great ways to get your kids involved with the Speedway every week. Kids who join the Turn 4 Kids Club gets free admission all season, a free bag of popcorn or a popsicle each week, along with getting the opportunity to participate in kid club activities all year long at the Speedway. Whoever gets the most punches on their Turn 4 Kids Club card is entered for a special surprise at the end of the racing season. The best part is that the Turn 4 Kids Club is completely free to join, so grab a packet at the general admission window and get your kids signed up for the Turn 4 Kids Club tonight. Cleveland Grain Systems is the proud sponsor of the non-wing micro class here at Coles County Speedway. Cleveland Grain Systems is Central Illinois' elite grain equipment dealer. Cleveland Grain Systems sells and designs grain handling systems while also offering replacement and equipment for existing facilities and expanding operations. If you need anything involving grain handling systems, check out Cleveland Grain Systems based right here in Central Illinois. Race Control has issued the command. Drivers are ordered to come on out to the racetrack. So the Cleveland Grain Systems non-weight micro feature going to hit the racetrack in just a moment. Here they come. In row 1, Nolan Bartley and J.B. Gilbert. Row 2, Seth Buell, Cameron Romack. Row 3, Brendan Healy and Parker Bubb. Row 4 being made up of Nate Casper, Danny Hayes. Row 5, Larry Drake, Wyatt Walters. Row 6, Dustin Galbraith, Danny Vicino. And row 7, all by himself, it's Landon Beckwith. Sounds like we're going to let the Cleveland Grain Systems get a couple laps under pacing here, as Landon Beckwith may have needed a little bit of extra time. Brendan Healy needs a little assistance, it looks like. He's over here in turn 4. Does sound like he was able to get it refired before the field got to him, so he'll jump into his starting position. So I believe the field is mostly here. Might be missing just 1 or 2 cars. We mentioned earlier tonight, the point situation. It's very close here in the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros throughout the whole season. Just 80 points separate the front two. Parker Bupp currently on top. Nolan Bartley in second. Nolan Bartley, of course, starting on the pole. And Parker Bupp starting on the outside of row 3. Going to be an interesting night here as the points start to wind down. Racing season coming to an end, at least points racing-wise here at Coles County Speedway. Definitely going to be interesting to watch these two duke it out on the racetrack as they try to settle the score for the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro championship at the end of the season. And it looks like Race Control has given them the 2 to green signal. One to green at the flag stand for the Cleveland Grain Systems, a non-wing micros feature. So it looks like Landon Beckwith, unfortunately, not going to be able to join us in this one. The caution will be brought back out. Race Control looking over it one more time. Race Control asking everyone to get single file. It appears they're trying to sort something out. So it sounds like the drivers wanted a lap or two before they get the official green flag. So it sounds like race control is going to allow them to do a very brief hot lap session. So yeah, yellow and green flag will come together. Just a quick hot lap session for these Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros. Get this track running a little bit more. Everybody obviously going to be picking their lines here early on. Everybody might just be taking it. Some drivers might be taking it easy. Some of these drivers are going to drive into these corners really hard, try to figure out what they want to do when it comes back to the green, and the caution will come back out. And that will conclude their quick little hot lap session. Now the field will double back up as they come past by the flag stand once again. One to go signal being given to the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature field as the caution lights turn off around the racetrack for the first time tonight for these Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros. And a feature, Nolan Bartley, J.B. Gilbert with control of the field. They'll go past the start cone, and doesn't look like Flagman likes it. We'll bring them back under caution. We'll restack them and try it again. Caution lights will turn off again as they give the one to go signal once again. Race control saw the 7F. Nolan Bartley went a little bit early there off the initial jump, so they called it back and giving it an attempt again. Nolan Bartley, J.B. Gilbert at the front row for the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature. At the start cone, green flag is out, and they're racing off into turn one. Great jump there for J.B. Gilbert on the outside lane. Isn't able to take the lead away there off the initial jump, but he'll get the crossover move and complete the move for the lead as they roll through turns 3 and 4 for the first time. They're still side by side. J.B. Gilbert will lead lap number 1. He's staying up top as it goes back into turns 1 and 2. Some heavy contact there in the back of the pack. One car almost upside down. And Danny Vicino, that's a new one, Danny. I'm going to be honest with you, man. That's a new one. Finished second in the track championship last year in this class. And the red flag will come out with Danny Vicino on 2 tires over in turn 2 on the berm. And another car upside down in turn 3. That was Dustin Galbraith who went upside down in turn 3, it looks like. Looks like he has already climbed from the 38 car. Rate control telling me Dustin Galbraith is okay. He's just going to make the trip back to the infield, or back to the pit area, excuse me, with the Coles County Speedway safety crew. Check him out a little bit further back there. Before we go back to yellow flag conditions, I believe one lap will be marked as complete. So we'll head for a single file restart. Yellow flag conditions back out on the speedway. Looks like Danny Vicino will attempt to continue. Back with control of this restart on the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature. It'll be JB Gilbert with control. Nolan Bartley behind him. Then Seth Buell, Cameron Romack, Brendan Healy, Parker Bupp, Wyatt Walters, Danny Hayes, Nate Casper, Larry Drake will be the top 10. Danny Vicino will restart 11th. It is number 21. He looks like he's going to lay back a little bit just to see what his car can do. See what the damage is after being stuck on 2 tires. One to go signal has been given to the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature. JB Gilbert going to be thinking about where he's going to bring this non-wing micro field on this restart. He'll go towards the middle, diving back at the restart cone. We're back green on the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature. Great jump there for Nolan Bartley in second. Had a good run there into turn 1. Didn't take a shot at the lead for JB Gilbert, and JB Gilbert will lead the first lap back into green. Still Seth Buell running third at the moment, but along the outside, Brendan Healy's making something work on the high side. He's up to 4th. Just picked off Cameron Romack there in the 5th position, and Parker Bupp going to try to follow Healy through on the high side. Side by side through turn 2 once again. Parker Bupp will pick off Cameron Romack as Bupp will find himself inside the top 5. Romack still trying to make that inside move work, but it looks like the high side momentum going to be tough to beat tonight. Parker Bupp and Brendan Healy definitely knows something these other drivers don't. The top 2 also move to the high side. Seth Buell trying to defend his 3rd place for now. He's doing a pretty good job. Going to try to pull the crossover move on Brendan Healy. He'll get the run down the backstretch into turns 3 and 4 on the inside. Isn't quite able to slide up in front of Brendan Healy, and he'll have to concede the position. And that'll put Brendan Healy up to 3rd. Wyatt Walters in the inside of Cameron Romack as they go through turns 3 and 4. As that battle for the lead starting to become ever closer. Walters will pick off Romack for the 6th position. Romack tries to settle back in line. Less than a car length advantage for the lead. JB Gilbert still on the point. Nolan Bartley isn't going away. He'll have a good run here into turn 3. He'll dive it in, trying to slide up in front of Gilbert. They're still side by side at the flag stand. Bartley led that last lap, and he will be clear to the lead as they come off turn 2. Coming to the halfway point this time, Nolan Bartley will complete lap number 10. He'll have 10 laps to go on the Cleveland Grain Systems on-wing micro feature, running about 0.2 a lap faster than JB Gilbert at the moment. As they approach Nate Casper, the slower car up in front of them, they're giving it everything they can for the lead. Now Nolan Bartley is starting to pull away just a little bit. So they'll come back to 8 laps to go on the Cleveland Grain Systems non-week micro feature as the field is completely single file. Pretty much all of them up on the high groove. Just saw Bupp try to dive it in underneath Seth Buell, but no dice for him down there in 1. 7 laps to go for race leader Nolan Bartley, who's now pulled about a half a second advantage. On 2nd place, JB Gilbert running 3rd, still the 0-0 of Brendan Healy. A lapped car between him and the front 2 at this moment. We'll come to 5 laps to go this time for Nolan Bartley off turn 4. still the field completely single file. Seth Beals doing a great job holding out of that 4th spot for now. Still Nolan Bartley pulling away from J.B. Gilbert on this Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature. 4 laps to go for the 7F. He rolls into turns 3 and 4, looking to extend his lead now out to 1 second over J.B. Gilbert as they go by the flag stand once again. That gap is officially now a 1 second lead for the 7F and Nolan Bartley as he'll come to the 2 to go on this feature. This time by past the flag stand as the back half of the field trying to navigate through Nate Casper, the slower car. Nolan Bartley off 4 to the white flag this time on the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature. Keeping it up on the high side. 1.5 second advantage as he rolls through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Nolan Bartley's number 7F is going to win the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature. Everybody else going to keep it completely single file as they come back across to the checkered flag. Nolan Bartley the winner of the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature. J.B. Gilbert second, Brendan Healy third, Seth Beal fourth, Parker Butt fifth, Wyatt Walter sixth, Cameron Romack 7th, Danny Hayes 8th, Danny Vicino 9th, Nate Casper 10th, Larry Drake 11th, Dustin Galbert 12th, and Landon Beckwith did not start. So Nolan Bartley up over the scales, and he will make the hard left-hand turn into Coles County Speedway victory lane for at least the 3rd time this year. Nolan Bartley's 4th win of the year here at Coles County Speedway. Down to you, Kevin.
Thank you, Casey. We're just waiting for him to get out of his car. All right, folks, let him hear you. Nolan Bartley from Hammond, Illinois, your Cleveland Grain non-wing micro feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. You good? Hold that for you. All right, Nolan, I understand this is your 4th win at Coles County Speedway this year. You and J.B. Gilbert had a heck of a race going on there for a while, and then in the last few laps of the race, you were able to pull away from him a little bit.
Yeah, I just want to go fast.
You went fast.
Yeah. And, yeah, that's it.
All right. You got anybody you want to thank?
Ryan France and my dad and Cade Ballinger.
Any sponsors?
No.
No. All right. All right, folks. Man, a few words. Let's give one more big round of applause to Nolan Bartley, your Cleveland Grain non-wing micro feature winner here at Coles County Speedway.
So coming up next, going to be the dirty right rear restricted micros for a 15-lap feature. It looks like it's scheduled for. On the pole, it'll be the number 71M of Lydia May from Terre Haute, Indiana. Grayson Graham alongside her in the number 49 from Bunker Hill, Illinois. Row 2 on the inside, it'll be Cole Jones from Streator, Illinois, and his number 17. Henry Steiner will start 4th in the 21 from Lincoln, Illinois. Dalton Cleary will round out the top 5 in the 22D from Marine, Illinois. J.C. Sandridge to his outside in the 6th starting position in the number 10 from Springfield, Illinois. A.J. Williams in the 888 starts 7th from Harristown, Illinois. Mackenzie Dowler in the 1K from Springfield, Illinois starts 8th. Colton Vogel in the number 14V from Buffalo, Illinois will start in 9th. And Ezra Green rounding out the top 10 from Brownsburg, Indiana, his number 57G. Kinzer Holloway from Paris, Illinois, the number 79H is scheduled to start in 11th. But had an engine failure earlier in the night. So I would imagine that number 79H may not hit the racetrack for this dirty right rear restricted micro feature. Dirty right rear restricted micros hitting the racetrack for their 15-lap feature tonight here at Coles County Speedway. Looks like they are not going to be organized enough, so it looks like they may give one additional pace lap here to allow them to get organized. That will be the case. They're going to allow them to spend one additional lap to get organized. Kinzer Holloway will not make it onto the racetrack following that engine failure earlier tonight in hot laps. 1 to go signal coming to the dirty right rear restricted micro feature as they come off turn 4 and pass underneath the flag stand. Lydia May and Grayson Graham going to lead the dirty right rear restricted micros feature off into turns 3 and 4. Looking for the start cone on the bottom of the racetrack. They're on it. We're green on the dirty right rear restricted micro feature. A little bit of a disorganization at the back end of that field. JC Stanridge got loose, it looks like, off the initial jump. But coming through turns 3 and 4 for the first time, Lydia May will lead lap number 1 of the dirty right rear restricted micro feature. Grayson Graham isn't going anywhere just yet. Field's still trying to get it organized down there in turns 1 and 2 on the entries. Colton Vogel picking up a few spots off the first couple laps of this feature. Single file will go the field now as Mackenzie Dowler steps up in front of JC Stanridge as that car has fallen out of pace very quickly. But take a look back out in front off turn number 4. Lydia May still leading the way, but Grayson Graham starting to close the gap down to just 4/10 this time. Lydia May up on the berm, couldn't get off it. Grayson Graham going to go around the outside as they go through turns 1 and 2. A.J. Williams throwing it down on the inside. Henry Schneider for the 4th position. He'll take it away. Cole Jones in 3rd right now. Makes some contact with the back bumper of the 71M. He gets loose, almost goes for a spin, but is going to get a little bit of help from A.J. Williams there to get it right back in the right direction. We stay green as they complete lap number 6. A.J. Williams up to 3rd. Now Grayson Graham starting to set the pace here on the dirty right rear restricted micro feature, starting to very quickly pull away from this field behind him. Lydia May still running 2nd. A.J. Williams 3rd. Cole Jones isn't letting A.J. Williams get away from him just yet. It's in that battle for 3rd. Jones trying that high side out, just didn't work at all. Dalton Clary looked like he picked off Henry Schneider for the 5th position at some point. Halfway through the dirty right rear restricted micro feature. Trouble for Lydia May. The car looks like it may have stalled. She got it refired though, so we will stay green as they went through turns 3 and 4. But she loses a couple positions there. Drops all the way back to 4. See what she can do. Trying to pick back off Cole Jones, who's trying to use that high side. Just isn't working just yet. Henry Schneider trying to pick back off Dalton Clary for the top 5 position. Dalton Clary going to try to muscle around the outside through turns 3 and 4. Wasn't enough. 4 laps to go. On the dirty right rear restricted micro feature, Henry Schneider still running right behind Dalton Clary as Grayson Graham will come to 3 laps to go out in front. Schneider will just about be clear as they go back towards turn 1. Clary up on the berm, but is able to keep it going in the right direction. We stay green. They get single file as they go back through turns 3 and 4. 2 laps to go for race leader Grayson Graham off turn 2. Graham off 4 will collect the white flag this time. It's a 7/10 of a second advantage as A.J. Williams has definitely picked up the pace, but simply just ran out of time in the 88A as Grayson Graham will go into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Grayson Graham off 4 will take the win in the dirty right rear restricted micro feature. Great battle here coming to the line. Colton Vogel just about going to get Mackenzie Dowler there on the final lap for 7th. And it looks like that was the only other pass, or the only pass on the last lap of the race. But Grayson Graham, the winner of the dirty right rear restricted micro feature. A.J. Williams 2nd, Cole Jones 3rd. Lydia May 4th, Henry Schneider rounds out the top 5. Dalton Clary 6th, Colton Vogel 7th, Mackenzie Dowler 8th, Ezra Green 9th, and J.C. Stanridge 10th. So Grayson Graham will pull it down into Coles County Speedway victory lane with yet another one here at the Speedway, extending his win amount even further. Kevin, we're going to throw it down to you.
All right, folks, he's out of his car. Let's give a big round of applause to Grayson Graham from Illinois, your dirty right rear restricted micro feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. He's got a good little helper down here holding the flag for him. What's your name?
Sophia.
What is it?
Sophia.
Sophia. Hi, Sophia. Hi, Grayson. How you doing?
Good.
Good. Nice race. You pretty good battle with Lydia May there for about halfway through the race, and once you were able to get by her, you just set sail.
Yeah, I kind of find that line where when I was catching her, I was diming the corner, and then when I got underneath her, when I got above her, I tried to block her on 3 and 4, and then just ran the bottom of the whole race.
Well, you look good. Look like you did very well. You got anybody you want to thank? Any sponsors?
Huge thank you to Driven Midwest, my dad, and Landon Miner just giving me some tips. And Miner's Towing.
All right, very good job. All right, folks, let them hear it again one more time. Grayson Graham, your dirty right rear restricted micro feature winner here at Coles County Speedway.
And up next, race fans, you see him on the racetrack for 25 laps. It'll be the Mara Midgets. Cody Beard from St. Anthony, Indiana, and his number 7 will start us on the pole. Jay Sparks, alongside him, and his number 40 from Crystal Lake, Illinois, will start in 2nd. Mark McMahill from Peoria, Illinois, in the 11K starts 3rd. Dalton England will start 4th from Springfield, Illinois, in the 19E. RJ Corson from Markham, Illinois, in the 15C will start 5th. Miles Dotery from Delmar, Iowa, in the 8D will start 6th. Logan Manson from DeSoto, Missouri, in the 48M will start in 7th. Tyler Ross, number 18, from Springfield, Illinois, will start us in 8th. Charles Coons in the 4K will start 9th from Springfield, Illinois, and Mitchell Davis from Auburn, Illinois in the 56 will start in 10th. That's the lineup for the Mara Midget feature tonight here at Coles County Speedway. 25 laps for these midget drivers tonight. And this one matters a lot to two drivers in particular. Jay Sparks, Mark McMahill, only separated by 6 points in the Mara Midgets point standings, with just tonight's race and October 11th's race here at Coles County left to go in the Mara Midget season. Could set up for a phenomenal ending to their season here at Coles County Speedway on October 11th, as these two drivers can keep it close tonight. And with that, the race control has issued the command to fire engines for the Mara Midgets, and they're being pushed off here for the start of their 25-lap feature. Looks like Charles Coons will not join us for the Mara Midget feature tonight here at Coles County Speedway. He did not run in his heat race earlier, so evidently something very mechanically wrong occurred in hot laps for Charles Coons. So that will leave 9 Mara Midget drivers to fight it out for the win here at Coles County Speedway. They're getting organized as they roll off turn 4. They were trying to find the leader. It looks like they finally do. They'll come to the 1 to go signal right here past the flag stand here at Coles County Speedway again for their 25-lap feature. Race fans, if you have not seen a midget race here in Coles County Speedway before, you are in for a treat. Mara Midget's best drivers finding their way up out in front at the start of this race, going to leave us with a phenomenal battle for all 25 laps. It'll be Cody Beard and Jay Sparks the front row as they approach the start cone down in turn 4. And the green flag is out. We're racing with the Mara Midgets as they head off into turn 1. Cody Beard hard on the brakes. Jay Sparks going to try to fire around the outside. He'll take the lead away as they come off turn 2. A little bit of a stack up and trouble for Tyler Roth in turn number 2. Will bring out the caution. That'll give Cody Beard a chance to right his wrong off that initial start. Not sure what happened there with Tyler Roth. Just his car's parked up there at the top of turn 2. Started 8th, and definitely looks like something mechanically went wrong for Tyler Roth, as the field will double back up back into their starting positions with no laps complete. Apparently, race control believes Logan Manson may have a loose tire. I believe they might have been looking at the right front tire of Logan Manson, so they might delay this caution as Tyler Roth will get it refired. And he will tag back on in at the tail end of the field. See track owner Brian Rick going out there to take a look at that tire on Logan Manson's car. Looks like officials are going to bring him down into the infield so they can get a good look at that issue. And they were looking at the right front tire. think race control or track crew at least says I think that tire maybe. Okay, well, it doesn't look like it. They're going to keep Logan Manson in the infield. So he will not be able to continue on. 1 to go signal given to the Mara Midgets for the second time, hoping for a little bit of a cleaner start attempt. Are the Mara Midget Racing drivers. Cody Beard, Jay Sparks once again the front row. Mark McMahill and Dalton England the row behind them. And the Mara Midgets will approach the start cone over in turn number 4. They're on the gas. We're back green on the Mara Midget feature. Great jump there for Jay Sparks. He was almost clear before they got to turn 1. He'll drive around the outside. Dalton England trying to drive around the outside of Cody Beard as well. That's for the second position as they roll back into turns 3 and 4. Jay Sparks will lead lap number 1. Dalton England up to second off the initial start. And Mark McMahill falling back just a little bit, almost upside down, will go the 8D of Miles Dodery. He's able to keep it on all 4 tires. We stay green for now, but he'll drop all the way back into 8th. And he is about half a straightaway behind the next car in line. Tyler Roth, after that lap 1 incident early on, starting to find some momentum as well. But still single file the field up in front for the lead. Cody Beard trying to keep it down there on the bottom of the racetrack. Mark McMahill going to find his way up into 3rd around the outside lane. Roth going to try to follow him through as well. Beard up the racetrack, trying that high side groove out in 3 and 4. Tyler Roth going to keep it on the high side, trying to take that 4th position away as they will come around to complete lap number 5. Jay Sparks still leading the way for now. Tyler Roth still running 5th behind Cody Beard in 4th. Beard doing a great job defensively to keep the number 18 of Tyler Roth behind him. Here comes a big slider from the number 56 of Mitchell Davis on the inside of Tyler Roth. Doesn't take that spot away. Everybody keeps their positions for now. Off turn 4, still in the lead, the number 40 of Jay Sparks. As the field now getting single file and everybody finding their groove. Dalton England second, Mark McMahill third. McMahill isn't really chasing down the 2 drivers in front of him as Mitchell Davis throws it down, trying to throw the slider in 3 and 4 on Tyler Roth once again. They're side by side back into 1. Mitchell Davis, I believe, is going to take this spot away, and he will as they come off turn 2. Hello, top 5, Mitchell Davis. He'll find himself in the 5th position as they come off turn 4 and complete lap number 9 this time. McMahill starting to close in on Dalton England just a little bit. It's about 1 second the gap right now. But another car to watch, Mitchell Davis, especially if you get a late race caution, he is flying out there in the 5th position right now. He's already catching up to the number 7 of Cody Beard as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4. 14 laps to go for Jay Sparks. He has got 11 complete on the books here, the 25-lap feature for the Mara Midgets. Dalton England still in 2nd, 3rd. Mark McMahill as they work their way back through turns 3 and 4. McMahill definitely closing the gap down to just half a second for the battle for 2nd. Cody Beard still 3rd. Mitchell Davis still 5th. Halfway this time for Jay Sparks. 13 laps complete, 12 to go for the Mara Midgets as they work their way back into turn 1. Everybody's getting spread out now. Mark McMahill started to fall off just a little bit out there on the high side. Dalton England starting to find something else work out as we take a look back there in turns 3 and 4. Miles Dodery trying to find some to work. He picked off Tyler Roth a couple laps ago, and he is closing in on R.J. Corson. That's for the 6th position as they work their way back into turns 3 and 4. Taking a look back up front, we still see Cody Beard trying to keep Mitchell Davis at a decent distance behind him. 9 laps to go for race leader Jay Sparks as he works his way back off turn 2. With a 1.8 second advantage, Mark McMahill just 6 points back of the points lead in the Mara Midgets, running 3rd at the moment. Really probably wanted to beat Jay Sparks tonight, but the damage doesn't look like it's going to be too bad right now. If he could continue his run here in 3rd, obviously he'd love to have that 2nd place finish. See if he can catch up to Dalton England here in the closing laps. 7 laps to go for Jay Sparks in the Mara Midget feature. Cody Beard still running 4th, has Mitchell Davis all over the back bumper as they work their way back into turns 3 and 4. The gap less than a car length as they come off of turn number 4. And there goes the slider for Mitchell Davis into turn 1. Cody Beard couldn't do anything to defend from it. He just backs out of it, lets Mitchell Davis go by on the high side, tries to fight back down on the bottom of the racetrack, isn't able to do so. And 5 laps to go for Jay Sparks as he works his way through turns 3 and 4. That battle for 2nd coming ever closer still. Dalton England still running 2nd. Mark McMahill all over the back bumper for the 2nd position. 4 laps to go in the Mara Midget feature. Jay Sparks off turn 4, coming to 3 to go this time. He looks for racing redemption here at Coles County Speedway's first start with the Mara Midgets. He was looking for win number 1. Got taken out on the last lap by a lapped car. He's looking to defy history tonight. He's keeping, it looks like, a pretty decent distance to himself and Tyler Roth, the first car. That would become lap traffic for him as they will come around to the white flag this time. Jay Sparks collects the white flag as Dalton England back there in second, still trying to keep Mark McMahill behind him. Sparks off turn number 2 for the final time into turns 3 and 4. Jay Sparks is going to get racing redemption and win at Coles County Speedway. That's a pumped-up driver right there. Jay Sparks has been looking for that win. It's his first win of the year here in the Mara Midgets as well. Win number 1 has been a long time coming for Jay Sparks here at Coles County Speedway. Finally gets it in his number 40. That's a very excited driver right there. Dalton England second, Mark McMahill third. Mitchell Davis, great run from him. Started in 10th, which was really ninth, and finished 4th. I believe he does win the Hard Charger Award tonight here at Coles County Speedway. Cody Beard 5th, RJ Corson 6th, Miles Dougherty 7th, Tyler Roth 8th. Logan Manson left the race early on, and Charles Coons did not make the start. Jay Sparks going to need a little bit of assistance getting the car up into victory lane here at Coles County Speedway, it looks like. Man, he just drove the wheels off it tonight from Crystal Lake, Illinois. I mentioned before, best finish a second on September 14th of last year here at Coles County Speedway. Tonight, he finally gets his first win at Coles County. Kevin, you are down there with a very excited driver in Jay Sparks down in victory lane.
Yes, we are, Casey. Yes, we are. You can hear all the excitement. All right, folks. Jay Sparks from Crystal Lake, Illinois, your Mara Midgets feature winner here at Coles County Speedway tonight. Come on up. Come on up. That's fine. All right, Jace. Good race. You were able to get in the lead fairly early in the race, and the car looked really good, looked fast. The driver looked good tonight. What can you tell me? You have any issues at all?
Just self-confidence, you know. Sorry. It's been a struggle for last few weeks, and man, this feels damn good.
All right, folks, you can hear the emotion in his voice. He's one happy guy here, along with the others he's got. This is his parents.
This is crew chief Uncle Jeff, Grandma Terry, and without them and Mom and Dad at home, this wouldn't be possible. So shout out my sponsors, but really it's these 4 people who support me day in and day out. Thank you, guys.
All right, you coming back on the 11th next month?
Damn straight. We got a championship to win.
All right, absolutely. All right, folks, let them hear it. Jay Sparks, your Mara Midget feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. You can see the emotion pouring out from the family here. This means a lot to them. Thank you, Jace.
So, race fans, I hate to do this to you after several amazing features in a row, but the track crew wants to do some work over there in turns 1 and 2. They tell me it's not going to be any more than 10 minutes. So we're going to take just a short break to allow for the track crew to work over there in turns 1 and 2, seeing if they can work over some spots they didn't like. Of course, if you're here at the racetrack, you can make sure you visit the Turn 4 Cafe over in Turn 4. Over on the north end of the racetrack. They've got amazing food and drinks. They've got a new Coca-Cola fountain down there, so make sure you check them out. And again, we'll be only just about 10-ish minutes. Yeah, at least that's what they tell me. And then we'll be right back at Coles County Speedway with the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. 1 to go signal has been given to the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. And the caution lights will turn off around the racetrack once again as Billy Lieb and Tanner Triplett with control of the field will approach the start cones over in turn number 4. They're on the gas. We're green on the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. They head off into turn number 1. Lieb goes up to the high side right away. They're 3 wide in the mid-pack as everybody tries to sort it back down to at least 2 wide as they go into turn 3. And it looks like everybody just about will be able to do so as Billy Lieb will lead lap number 1. Nate Casper going to find his way up to second off that start. And he's going to be all over the back bumper of Billy Lieb as Billy Lieb using that berm all the way around turns 3 and 4. Down on the bottom side of the racetrack, Nate Casper's car just looks a little bit better right now. Tanner Triplett running third, fourth Nolan Bartley as J.J. Williams all over his back bumper as we have trouble in turn number 4. As Cameron Jacobs goes for the spin, Lydia May trying to get on the brakes hard enough, just could not get the car stopped in time. And the caution will come out. Coming back to green, we have Billy Lieb leading them back on this restart as Cameron Jacobs is night is done. Definitely something broken in the steering on the 55J. Two laps complete. We'll have 18 to go on the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. Billy Lieb will lead us back to green. Nate Casper behind him. Tanner Triplett third. Nolan Bartley fourth. J.J. Williams will round out the top. Team B, Feger trying to push Fife up the racetrack just a little bit. And Feger will pick off Brendan Pfeiffer, it appears, as they go through turns 1 and 2. That'll be for the 7th position on the racetrack. Tyler Taylor already cutting through some traffic here. He's going to pick off another car of Vecino as they head back off into turn 1. Off turn 4, 5 laps to go for the race leader, Billy Lieb. He has extended to a 1.5 second advantage already. Here just a few laps back under green. Just the field has nothing for him tonight. Nate Casper has an apparent issue of some sort. The car wiggling all the way down the back straightaway. He's trying to keep it going in the right direction. The car, just for whatever reason, has completely fallen off pace. Coming to 3 laps to go is Billy Lieb. Second place now, J.J. Williams. Third, Tanner Triplett. As they cross back by the timing line, Noah Mell gets through the bumps in turns 1 and 2. Not very well. Loses a little bit of ground there, too, the car behind him. As caution will come out, we have a spin over in turn 2. Believe that's the 20. No, that is not the 21. I'm not sure which car that is. I believe that will be the 70 of Zach Dowler, it appears. So Zach Dowler going to try to get some assistance on getting that car turned around. We'll have 3 laps to go on the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature when they come back to green. Billy Lieb will lead them back to green on the restart. J.J. Williams behind him. Tanner Triplett the top 3. Then Nate Casper, Nolan Bartley the top 5. Noah Mellon 6th. Devin Feger 7th. Brendan Pfeiffer 8th. Tyler Taylor 9th. Danny Vecino the top 10. Zach Dowler will pass the lapped cars of Lydia May and Audrey Cowden, so he will restart 11th. Coming back to the 1 to go signal here for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings. 3 laps to go, 17 complete for race leader Billy Lieb. And he will look to try to continue the dominance in this feature. The question is, can second place J.J. Williams do anything about it as they come back to the restart cone over in turn number 4? Billy Lieb on the middle of the racetrack through turns 3 and 4. He's on the gas. We're back green with 3 laps to go on the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. Couple drivers jumping out of line right away. Billy Lieb going to keep it on the high side as they go through turns 1 and 2 for the first time back under green. J.J. Williams going to settle in line through turns 3 and 4. J.J. Williams has 2 laps to go. See what he can do on that bottom groove. Doesn't look like he has anything just yet as Nate Casper will get picked off by Nolan Bartley for the 4th position as they come back around to the white flag. Billy Lieb has already extended his gap out to half a second as he exits turn number 2 into 3 and 4 for the final time. Billy Lieb is going to win the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. Great run there from Tyler Taylor. Had those opportune cautions, ends up in 7th after he spun at the end of lap 11. Great run there for Taylor to find his way back inside the top 10. But the race win for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings will go to the 88 of Billy Lieb as he crosses over the scales. J.J. Williams 2nd, Tanner Triplett 3rd, Nolan Bartley 4th, Nate Casper 5th, Noah Mel 6th, Tyler Taylor 7th, Brendan Pfeiffer 8th, Devin Figure 9th, Danny Vicino will round out the top 10, Zach Dowler 11th, Lydia May 12th, Audrey Cowden 13th, and Cameron Jacobs out of the race at the end of lap 2. So for the second time this year, Billy Lieb will find himself in Coles County Speedway victory lane. Down to you, Kevin.
Folks, let him hear it. Billy Lieb from Hammond, Illinois, your Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. Congratulations, Billy. Good run. Start to finish, you were able to keep them all behind you. The car looked really fast tonight.
Yeah, it was hooked up. Coy, my brother, Bandit Shocks, Speed Shack, and yeah.
You have any issues out there at all? I mean, everything looked smooth sailing from where I was standing.
Yeah, we were good the whole race. Didn't really have any problems anywhere.
Yeah, it looked like you found a good groove and was happy with it. You kept it there the whole race.
Yeah, once I found it, I just kept it.
Well, once again, congratulations, Billy. Your Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature winner here at Coles County Speedway, Billy Lieb from Hammond, Illinois.
Up next is going to be the Mod Light feature. With only 2 features left to go, it'll be the Mod Lights and then the Outlaw Wings. 15 laps for the Mod Lights tonight. Dustin Wiltshire in the 7W from Windsor, Illinois will start us on the pole. Danny Hayes alongside him in the 13 from Charleston, Illinois. Chris Grigg, also from Charleston, Illinois, will start 3rd in the 819. And J.R. Wiltermood will be alongside him in the 4th starting position in the 93 J car from Windsor, Illinois. Casey Davis will round out the field in the 5th and final starting position in car 41 from Greenwood, Indiana. That is the Mod Light feature starting lineup at Coles County Speedway. And this is another one. The points are extremely close in. The Weltermoods have been battling it out all year long. Equal on win count now, both 2 wins apiece. JR currently leads the points by 32.5 over Dustin Weltermood. And if either of those drivers can win tonight, they will break free from the rest of the Mod Light feature winners with 2 wins. A couple drivers with 1 win, but most of them with 2. Justin Weltermood and Danny Hayes, the Mod Light front row for 15 laps for the Mod Light feature at the start cone. And we are green. Going to be a good jump there for Dustin. He'll be clear to the lead by the time they get into turn 1. JR right behind Danny Hayes will also get a good jump. He'll be clear into 3rd. As they work their way into turns 3 and 4 for the first time. J.R. Wiltsmood going right back to the top side. Just no pace up there in 3 and 4 right now. He'll go to the top side again in turns 1 and 2. It just does not look like there's any momentum up high at all. He is not going to jump down there to the bottom, as it looks like Chris Grigg going to try to pick him off. And now J.R. Wiltsmood will drop back down to the bottom of the racetrack. Yeah, this car just does not look as good on the bottom for J.R. As right now, Dustin continues to lead as he'll lead the first 3 laps of this feature, as he looks to be the first 3-time winner in the Mod Light class. Caution will come out. Believe this is for debris. Oh, no, fluid on the racetrack. Somebody's dropping fluid. And it appears to be from the number 13 of Danny Hayes, who is dropping that fluid. So this caution will bring the Weltermoods nose to tail, it looks like. Danny Hayes going towards the top of the racetrack. And Danny Hayes will get the car refired, it looks like. Whatever issue he had seems to be sorted out. Race control saying they will allow him to retake second since the caution was for a safety purpose. Scout J.R. Weltermood back in there in 3rd. But it'll be Dustin Weltermood leading us back to green. Danny Hayes 2nd, J.R. Weltermood 3rd. Chris Griggs 4th. Casey Davis will be in 5th. Dustin Weltermood going to try to find some pace to pull away from Danny Hayes back there in 2nd. They're going to work their way into turns 3 and 4. Looking for the start cone. They're back on the gas. We're back green on the Mod Light feature. They head off into turn 1, mostly single file. As J.R. Weltermood found a little bit of pace down there on the entry to turn 1, but just does not have anything to keep with the number 13 of Danny Hayes, as it will be Dustin Weltermood and Danny Hayes pulling away from J.R. Weltermood, Chris Grigg, and Casey Davis back there from 3rd on back. JR got tight in the middle, it looks like, overcorrected maybe a little bit too far, lost some ground, it looks like. About 2/10 slower than Danny Hayes in 2nd right now. Off turn 4, Dustin still leading the way, but it's by less than a car length, as they will have 9 laps to go, 6 complete on the Mod Light feature. Trouble for the number 13. The car will not turn going into turn 3, and the caution will come back out. Danny Hayes, something else broke for the number 13, bringing out the 2nd caution of this feature. Not really sure what happened there with Danny Hayes. He's going to climb out from the number 13. And I think he said that leak is continuing. may have actually gotten in the car, and that's why he brought it to a stop. So Danny Hayes, number 13, will head back up on the hook, which will officially put the Wilter Moods nose to tail, just like they are in the point standings, just inverted. JR, who leads the points, will restart second. Dustin, who's second in points, will restart back on the lead. Chris Griggs, 8:19, will restart third. Casey Davis, fourth. With 7 laps complete, it looks like 8 to go on the My Life feature when we come back to green. One to go signal coming to the Outlaw Wing feature for the final feature of the night here at Coles County Speedway. Caution lights will turn off as the field heads off into turn 1. It will be Colin Shane and Devin Feger the front row as they approach the start cone over in turn number 4. Green flag is out, and they're racing off into turn 1. Devin Feger got a jump there as they headed off at the start cone, and Devin Feger will take the lead away. No, they won't. Caution will be called, and it will be called back. I believe race control will call this a jump by Devin Feger. Yeah, that is exactly what they're going to call it. Colin Shane, Devin Feger, the front row once again as they approach the start cone. Still all 15 laps to go on the Outlaw Wing feature. They're on the gas much better this time. Green flag is out, and they head off to turn 1 side by side for the lead and for third behind them. Colin Shane tries to slide up in front of Devin Feger. He slid a little bit too far. He'll shut the door on Feger going into turns 3 and 4. That car somehow had grip to stay down there on the bottom of the racetrack. And the first lap will go to Colin Shane. Devin Feger isn't going anywhere. Same thing with Jace Renicher back there in third. Tanner Triplett in fourth. Justin Fernandez fifth for now, but Fernandez will move up to fourth as he passes by the Tanner Triplett, who was just a little bit too high in 3 and 4. Tanner Triplett going to fight back to his outside for that fourth spot as they go back into turn 3. Triplett just not as good on the high side in turns 3 and 4 at all. Loses more ground as we'll see Jace Renicher get alongside Devin Feger trying to take that second spot away through turn 2. Wasn't able to stay alongside as they came off 2, so that allows Devin Feger to hold on to second for now. Colin Shane still on the point as they go back through turns 3 and 4. He'll have 5 laps complete, 10 to go, as Devin Feger will jump up in front of Jace Renicher. The pace for these Outlaw Wing cars will fall off by about a second. They're running 11.2s right now in hot laps. They were running 10 seconds, and then in the heat races earlier tonight, both Feger and Shane set lap times in the 9-second range. It were high 9s. It was a 9.9, I believe, for both drivers. But yeah, pace has fallen off for these Outlaw Wing drivers as this track is more and more worked in, along with more and more rubber getting thrown down on that bottom groove. Halfway this time for race leader Colin Shane. 8 laps complete, 7 to go. He's extended his lead to about a second now over second place Devin Feger. Third, Jace Renicher. Fourth, Justin Fernandez. Fifth, Tanner Triplett, who should take the points lead after tonight. He was only 145 back from the current points leader, Clay Frederick, in this class. Off of turn 4 to 5 to go is Colin Shane as he goes back into turn 1. Feger isn't really going away now. They've been equalized on the pace, and Feger definitely looks like he's closed in a little bit as he comes off turn 4 this time. Jace Renicher is starting to fall away. Yeah, about a tenth a lap. That's not going to be enough for Devin Feger to close the gap on Colin Shane. He's going to need a mistake from Colin Shane here in these last 3 laps. But Colin Shane's so consistent here at Coles County Speedway. The gap, though, down to 0.6 of a second. Colin Shane's lap times falling off like a rock as Feger staying up high. Only a tenth that time. 2 laps to go. Now Devin Feger going to have a shot into turn 3. He's going to stay up high for now. Would imagine he's going to slide back down to the bottom on the entry to 1. White flag in the air for Colin Shane. They're side by side for the lead as they go through turn 2 for the final time. Feger would imagine, what's he going to do? He's going to go to the high side in turns 3 and 4. Checkered flags waving. Colin Shane's going to win the Outlaw Wing feature. Great run there for Devin Feger to catch up to Colin Shane there on that last lap to even put himself in a position to win. But Colin Shane comes out on top of the Outlaw Wing feature. Devin Feger second, Jason Renicher third. Fourth will go to Justin Fernandez. Fifth will go to Tanner Triplett. First win of the year for Colin Shane here at Coles County Speedway. He had a pair of second place finishes on August 1st and July 18th. Finally gets win number 1 of the year. And he pulls into victory lane as the final feature winner of the night here at Coles County Speedway, where Kevin, you're going to be waiting on him.
All right, folks, he's out of the car. Give a big round of applause to Colin Shane from Sullivan, Illinois, your Outlaw Wing feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. And he's driving this beautiful Coles County Speedway number 12 machine tonight. All right, first off, congratulations, Colin. Look at you were having a pretty good race going there. One time I saw you go up 1 and 12, or we're going through 1 and 2, got up a little high up there, and then you realized quickly it wasn't this place for you. But there at the very end, Devin Feger came flying out of nowhere up on you. Did you know he was there?
Oh, yeah, I could hear him. But we were just a little too loose, and I held him off there, so that was good. But it was too rough up there in 1 and 2. But I just tried to hold my own at the end and, use up the whole track. He couldn't use that, so.
Yeah, you did a great job at that, that's for sure.
Yep, I got to thank my sponsors. Coles County Speedway, Driven Midwest, Schaefer's Racing Oil, Chemistry and Race Fuels, Speed Shack Performance, WFO TV, Brian Reed, Spartan Transportation, and High Caliber Graphics.
All right, you got a happy crowd down here, a big crowd down here, so you all get in, come get your pictures. Once again, everybody, congratulations to Colin Shane, your Outlaw Wing feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. Don't forget, next Sunday, Road to the Dome, presented by Rural King, America's favorite farm and family store.
Thank you, Kevin, for the Victory Lane interviews tonight. That concludes racing action at Coles County Speedway tonight, at least features for the night. So thank you, everyone, for coming out, watching tonight's feature racing action. This is another great night of racing, and if you're here at the racetrack, stick around. We have some modifieds sitting back there in the pit area wanting to take some laps, so we're going to let them do a couple laps here at Coles County Speedway before we head home tonight. But if you're heading home right now, we hope to see you at the track next week for the Rural King Road to the Dome. And if you're watching at home on TV, make sure you get here because that is going to be some can't-miss racing. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and thank you, everyone, for making it out to the racetrack tonight. We'll see you next week on September 28th for the Rural King Road to the Dome.